Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's streaming presentation. I'm back, I'm live, and I'm a little tired because I did a lot of cycling today. How is everyone doing today? Is your bot up? Yes, but host alerts appear to be broken. See, that worked. This works. But... wow, I certainly said that, didn't I? Sometimes I really, really wonder why I say things. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing okay today. I'm back, I'm live, I'm insane, you know, the whole spiel. Also, I just saw the best review title of all time on Twitter because I quickly double-checked my notifications just before the music ended. Metroid Dread review. In an age of female heroes, it's great to finally play a game with a strong male protagonist. I think they may be taking the piss. This is a suspicion, but I think they may be taking the piss. This is a guess. Oh, it's from a satiric political news mag. Yeah, I'm not going to read the review. I just like the title. Thank you. This is from the Babylon Bee, which I have to admit I've never heard of before, but apparently it's fake news you can trust. I'm going to guess satire. At a guess. Andre, thank you very much for the raid. And I do have the tickets, yes, Cassie. I haven't picked them up yet, but I did get last week's tickets, so I can pick them up from today onward. But, as for today, in terms of trails, and I know plans can get detrailed. I need to go offline because my brain... Anyway.
This works. Why did the golfer change his pants? Because he got a hole in one.
I am in physical pain right now. I didn't expect to be in physical pain today, but there we go. But, damn it. All bullshit aside, as for today, I did have a couple of ideas planned for Trails the Third. Specifically, I want to start off with a dramatic reading of Gambler Jack, because I've been meaning to get that over with for ages now, and I think people would enjoy it. And whilst I have done it once or twice before, I'm just curious to see how a dramatic reading would work for you guys. After that, minigame door. After that, rounding off the chapter, which is going to be major plot points. That's my idea for the day. Thoughts? Wait, there's an early cash-in reward? The more you know. Of course, I know, like I said, that plans can get derailed, but based on the assumption that Trails is all day today, that's what I had in mind. See, that's entirely possible if people want to derail my plan, Cassie. So what do you mean for once? I'm not online daily, but I'm online relatively frequently. More frequently than I'm on WoW these days. Haha. No, but that was just the initial idea. If people think a dramatic reading sounds like a terrible dumb shit idea, I will happily skip out on it, but I think it would be nice. Plus, the extra world building from Gambler Jack is pretty good. 1 hour after drawing to get some MGP extra. Oh. Then I'm already just too late because the drawing was an hour and 20 minutes ago. Doesn't it get drawn at 7 p.m.? Oh, god damn it. One moment. Every Saturday at 1900. Oh, GMT. Yes, I did just Google it. What'd they do now, Smiley? But yeah, like I said, thoughts on the idea of a dramatic reading? Because I like the idea. It's one of those things I want to get my feet wet in, proverbially. Proverbially. I don't know why I said it like that. But I'd like you guys' thoughts on this. Oh, that, yeah, it's irritating, but yeah. Frustratingly, it's a what can you do situation. Other than try to lock in your prices ASAP. Very well. For that, we need to go to the base area. Because I think it was in this bookcase. Have I played these games too much? Just asking for a friend. It's also happening in the Netherlands, Cassie. We're being hit fairly heavily, sadly. Ooh, that's also quite unfortunate. Anyway, Gambler Jack consists of 14 chapters, which is 4 or 5 pages each, so this should be doable. And this is also a way, by the way, for me to test if my voice has recovered to the point that I can do this. It was faster than all this crap, and then this happened. Yeah. We're not talking about gasoline, though. We're not talking about, sorry, petrol. We're literally talking about home energy prices at the moment. Oh, well. Gambler Jack, Chapter 1. The Girl. The Calvard Republic. There's a city in this country, a place where migrants from the east have recreated their homeland down to the bright lacquered tiles. Nicknamed the Eastern Quarter, it's a vibrant place, bustling and hot. Orbital buses trundle down the main street lined with stands of fragrant Eastern cooking as the welcoming cries of sellers rise and fall over a crowd of travelers from the welcoming... What just... Something went wrong there. Either that or my brain is unable to parse this sentence. As the welcoming cries of sellers rise and fall over a crowd of travelers from every nation. I think they accidentally duplicated the welcoming cries of sellers rise and fall. That definitely got my brain going. Yeah, it's supposed to be as the welcoming cries of sellers rise and fall over a crowd of travelers from every nation. That makes more sense. The place where the cultures of East and West meet. Yes, it was a place that wore that mantle well. On the northern outskirts of that town was a little run-down bar. Doubtless it had been presentable once, but now the plaster was crumbling and what doors were left barely fit their pitted frames. Of course, such a seedy place attracted the clientele to match. To the lawless and violent, it was home. Sorry, looks like my win again, muttered a low voice that echoed through the grimy room. That voice belonged to Jack. He was of medium size and in his early 30s, a man in his prime. The frayed shirt he wore had seen better days, but the accessories adorning his body were of obvious worth. Much like the brilliant blue of his eyes, none of them quite fit someone like him. Compared to the dirty, poor, and desperate thugs around him, he looked out of place. Jack was always to be found at that bar, gambling or sharing around with the dregs of the town. Sometimes fighting, sometimes drinking, he passed his days in idle recreation. As usual, today found him hunched at the bar. He'd been deep in his cup since early noon. It was the same as always. A day set to be just like all the others was stretching out before him. And into that familiar scene cut the shriek of the door opening. A new customer stepped into that same old bar. But who was this new arrival? It was a girl, unlike any other he'd seen before. Chapter 2. The Offer. Should I do chapter headings? It feels a bit awkward. That's what the VODs are for! The girl strode into the bar and closed the door without turning a reed. There was no hesitation in her manner. Clearly, her arrival was not happenstance. Her face was determined, but her confident entrance couldn't erase the lingering innocence of youth. Even the best liar wouldn't try and claim she was more than 18. Dark brown eyes and hair suggested she was Eastern, but her nose and features made it hard to be sure. The girl slowly walked forward. With each step, her cute little knees peeked out from under the trim cut of her skirt. Her outfit was a design without any sense of decoration. It seemed her taste lay more along the lines of utility than style. Maybe because of that, the Eastern symbol necklace on her chest couldn't help but look equally unremarkable. The lack of volume in that area probably had something to do with that as well. It would still be some time before she really bloomed, so to speak. An appearance bearing the sign of East and West both, and simple, unembellished clothes. The girl might have been the spirit of the Eastern Quarter made flesh. She caught the eye of one of the punks hanging about almost instantly. "Hi, little girlie," he slurred. "Want to have some fun with me?" As he spoke, he grabbed the girl's wrist with one greasy hand. It happened in an instant. Her arm flew up, dislodging the punk's grip. Now freed, her hand disappeared deep into her skirt and then slid out with a mass of gleaming black iron. She pressed it to the space between his eyes. He stared at the object for a moment before collapsing to his knees in fear. It was an orbital gun of Cunning Meg, a high-caliber Verne Company model. If she'd shot that firearm, the punk would have lost his head instead of his bladder. Needless to say, it wasn't your average self-defense weapon. "It's the latest model," she purred. "Want to see what it can do?" "Yes, Cassie?" A gun, Cassie. Made of iron. I mean, seriously, the next paragraph just goes, "It was an orbital gun of Cunning Meg." Ish? Gun. Pew pew. Not clothes steam. Pew pew. She was cool and calm, the barrel of the gun never wavering. Were she to fire, her aim would be perfect. Overwhelmed by the girl, gun, or perhaps both, the punk couldn't move a muscle. Everyone else in the bar remained frozen as well. All eyes were on the girl. "Aye, miss, hate to ask, but can you let him off with that?" Maybe the speaker couldn't stand it anymore, and maybe it was disturbing his drink, but the husky, sensual voice broke through the silence. It was Jack. Still planted firmly in his chair, breath smelling of liquor, he continued, "I'm sure he's very sorry and he's learned his lesson." As if in answer to it, the punk started nodding his head vigorously. "I've come here to gamble," the girl replied abruptly. She slowly lowered the gun in her left hand, and her expression continuing to remain cool and detached. "Sounds good. Come on over here. Give me everything you got." Jack's word had an immediate impact, not on the girl, but on the gathered goons and hoods. They all shared a glance, each and every one of them, with the dirtiest grin you could imagine. It does try a little bit for Western style, I think. Challenge at high noon. Jack and the girl moved over to a table in the back. Unlike the other pitted and sticky furniture, this table was smooth and polished to a shine and seemed meant for gambling. Without a word, both took their seats. Jack sat against the wall and the girl faced him straight on. The other patrons were captivated. Helplessly fascinated by the match, they snuck glances at the pair, ears straining to listen in. The bar filled with fidgety silence. The girl's game of choice was poker. Jack accepted wordlessly. After a brief exchange to confirm the terms of the challenge, they settled on bets. It was to be 100 mira a hand, not even enough to buy a beer, but Jack considered that fair for a match against a kid and said as much. One moment. Ick. Oh, there's my hanky. The dealer was the small fry punk from before. Jack gave him a quick eye signal. First hand, both discarded just one card. Jack called and the girl stood. Jack had 2 pairs. The girl, just 1. Jack was the winner. "Sorry, little missy," he drawled. He raised his glass to her and downed the amber liquid in a single, decisive gulp. Second hand, both discarded just one card. Perhaps trying to look confident, Jack let out a big, clear sigh. The girl called, and Jack stood. The girl had 2 pairs, Jack had the same, but the cards told the tale. The girl's hand had the high card. It was her win. "What?" Jack exclaimed. His hand that had been toying with the glass froze. Immediately he glanced over at the punk who was dealing. The other man avoided his gaze. "Something wrong?" the girl asked. Her face betrayed nothing. No, forget it," he shakily responded. Had she swapped out some cards? The game had suddenly taken on a new angle. The look on Jack's face changed instantly. Lightly clearing his throat, Jack put the glass back on the table with his left hand. Then once more he cleared his throat. The dealer, recognizing the signal, picked up the cards again. It was their code for deal normally next round. Third hand, as expected. Each discarded just 1 card. Jack called and the girl stood. Jack's hand was a full house. "How about that?" he crowed. With a flourish, Jack laid his cards on the table. The bar patrons snickered into their cups. The girl set down her own cards without a word. 4 sevens. It was the girl's win. The bar once again returned to silence. Ultimately, it was the girl's win. The silence in the bar was punctuated only by the sounds of a raucous argument out on the street. Holding back the laughter bubbling up, Jack asked the girl a question. "Missy, where did you learn to be this good?" The girl made no reply. Instead, she took the cards into her hands and began shuffling. They flew back and forth with exquisite grace between her long, between her long, slender fingers. She dealt 5 to Jack and then 5 to herself. "Show them," she demanded, and Jack obliged, hesitantly turning over the cards. His hand was 4 jacks. Her hand was 4 kings. You're kidding me?" Jack was nearly speechless by the sight, to which she only said, "Jack doesn't beat king." At the word king, murmurs rippled through the bar. King. It was the handle of a legendary gambler, said to be the best in the Republic until his death. The card technique the girl had shown was one of the ones the king had been fond of using when he felt like teasing Jack. I have no idea, Beliar. I am not a poker expert. Just who are you? Jack asked the girl. She gave him a long, bitterly cold glare at the question, as if it were both stupid and one she'd been dying to answer. You probably don't know me, but I know you very well, she spat. Hello, Victory Jack. My name is Hal. I am the daughter of King, who you killed. You're King's daughter? Jack had never met King's daughter, not in person, no. But nonetheless, he did have memories of her. King had been a doting father that had drilled holes in Jack's ears with endless stories about her. I see. So King's daughter has come to kill me, huh? The atmosphere in the bar was suddenly charged. All right, then. Kill me. The words casually left Jack's mouth. It was a line no one in the bar had ever expected. He tapped his chest. The heart's here. Make sure you aim well. The girl, Hal, quietly drew her orbital gun. Her aim, of course, was Jack's heart. Oops. I'm up to chapter 5. Hal's fingers sought out the trigger of her gun. There wasn't a man in this bar who could find the courage to stop her. The punks and hoods just cowered, whispering from their seats. Shut up, all of you! Jack shouted over the buzz. The chatter in the bar stilled. Grinding his back teeth, Jack looked straight into the girl's eyes. That's right. My goal is revenge, she seethed. But it won't mean anything like this. Hal lowered her gun. As Jack watched the barrel of the weapon slide away from his chest, confusion creased his face. Hal continued talking. Over these last 3 years, I've spent blood, sweat, and tears to learn to be as good as I am. With that, the girl threw a card in Jack's face. It was some kind of invitation. I have a stage that's better suited to settling this all ready for us, she said, never giving Jack a moment to protest. We'll finish our match there. It'll be one of the poker matches you love oh so dearly. And I swear I'll make you eat your full share of misery and bitterness after the slop you forced my father to swallow. With a threat lingering in the air, Hal disappeared. Unable to grasp the meaning in the girl's words, Jack just sat there for a while. Finally, he picked up the card that had fallen to the floor and read the text printed on it. Tomorrow night at 10, come to the harbor. The harbor? It can't be. A sense of foreboding ran through the back of Jack's mind. As he was about to crush the card in his hand, a small signature on the back caught his eyes. Enrique. The penmanship was familiar, as was the name. Ah, man. Jack's sense of foreboding would prove right. On the night after the day Hal visited, Jack had headed to the harbor as the card instructed. In a rare show of sobriety, he hadn't had a drop of booze. He realized at some point that he was being followed. Just as well, he knew it was someone acting on behalf of Enrique. Don't worry, he yelled as he stopped and turned. I ain't gonna run or hide from this. No one answered. What a boring fella you are. Turning back around, Jack continued on. That night was a dark one, with neither moonlight nor a single star piercing the cloud-shrouded sky. Jack only had the road lamps to guide him as he meandered through the empty streets, and as he did, memories of the grand match between him and King flooded back. King's legendary skills had earned him a nickname to match. He had been both Jack's teacher and his greatest rival. 7 years ago, Jack and King had played the game of their lives. It was Jack who found himself the winner. That Jack is the same person as the reporter? No. Their game was used by the privileged in the underworld of the Republic to decide the outcome of a struggle for power. King, forced to take responsibility for losing, was killed. Though indirect, it couldn't be denied that Jack's win had been King's ultimate loss. Well, excuse me for not having every single voice in the world in my repertoire. Around an hour after leaving the bar, he reached the harbour. A smell of refuse and brine wafted in on a warm breeze. An enormous boat was floating on the dark night sea just ahead, waves lapping quietly at its sides. Its hull was painted a solid black, making it almost impossible to see. It was the same boat Jack and King had been on for the final, fateful game. As Jack approached the gangway, he was met by a small silhouette from the shadows. Hal. "Welcome, Victory Jack," she said. "I really didn't think you'd come all the way out here on your own 2 feet. I have to admit, you've got courage." Normally Jack might have had a joke or a comeback, but tonight alone he was a different man. Glancing at Hal, he boarded the ship without a word. The light from the portal shone blue, glinting off his eyes as he passed. The sound of the steam whistle was swallowed by the lonely darkness, and slowly the ship slipped free from the harbour and out to sea. But yeah, Jack is a prolific drinker, a smoker, and frankly, hasn't exactly treated himself too well. So yeah, his voice is going to be rough. Rather like Neil, who smokes far more than is good for him. So yeah, forgive me for having them sound similar in my mind. The Banquet of Darkness. The ship was utterly silent as it cut through the velvety darkness of the night. In contrast to the stillness and inky black of the outside, one layer down the ship's interior was filled with light and sound. Furnishings from every part of the continent adorned the walls, and a band of musicians played a cheery song. The oval glow of a chandelier imported from Liberl shone on down from every form of human desire. In the hall built at the center of the ship, guests laughed and chatted. They appeared to be the finest of ladies and gentlemen, but each and every one were a part of the seedy Republican underworld. They were the type of folk that spoke of murder as easily as one would dinner or a fine wine. Their faces hadn't changed much in 7 years. None haven't. The farthest depths of the hall reserved discreet seating for the highest ranked of the lot, and just like before, there was a certain group of men there. One old man, who was flanked by several bodyguards, stood out in particular, Chief Minister Shamrock. He happened to be the host of the party aboard the ship. A long white beard trailed down his chest. It was a symbol and also the symbol of power. Though he retired several years before, he continued to serve in an advisory capacity to many organizations. Retirement had done nothing to slow his influence on the nation. He was a man well worthy of being called the monster of the underworld. Chief Minister Shamrock held this party once every year as a place for the powerful to meet and share useful information. Of course, there were many in the group who could hardly be called friendly in their attitude. 2 of those such men were Enrique and Juan. Enrique, both 7 years ago and now, was the man behind arranging Jack's faithful gambling matches. Formerly an arms dealer, he had expanded his dealings to smuggling drugs within the Eastern Quarter a decade prior and never looked back. For that, he became a villain on the rise, the best of the new class. Conversely, Juan was a villain whose roots ran deep in the region back to even before the Eastern Quarter. He was the kind of man who ruled from the top, commanding gangs of thugs, punks, and the like. For as long as the two were in the same business, Enrique and Juan had been locked in a vicious territorial dispute. It was the classic tale of new versus old, and neither side yielded a reed. Every drop of blood in their attempts to claim dominance was only washed away with more blood. However easy it was to wash away, the constant splattering of blood across pavement did little to bring in the mirror for either side. It took 3 years of profitless violence for Enrique to finally propose a solution. A one-on-one gambling match between the best of the best. Even cheating was welcome, for it could hardly be called cheating at all if one was never caught in the act. One's first instinct was to reject the idea, but even he could see the heavy toll the fighting had taken on his own organization. Truly, the only thing keeping him from agreeing was his old-fashioned stubborn mentality. He was, at his core, a man greatly adverse to change. I have something in common with Juan, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. In order to set his plans in motion, Enrique brought his proposal forward to none other than Chief Minister Shamrock, who also served as advisor to Juan's group. With him having granted the match his blessing, there was little more one could do but accept. Excuse me. Yeah, I tried to give everyone a discreet voice, but I voice literally everyone in these games, and there are a lot of people, so my apologies if I am not... Oops, wrong one. Always unique. Wait, did I open 7 or 8? Okay, I need to go to chapter 8. Oh, I see. Yeah, I suppose so. The clock chimed the 11th hour. The match between Jack and Hal was to start at midnight exactly. She waited in the interim in Enrique's room. Your father became ill and died 7 years ago. That's what the girl had heard from her mother. Yet 3 years ago she learned her father had instead lost his life in a match. Hal didn't have many memories of her father. She'd spent her childhood with her mother. That was exactly why, though, that each and every one was engraved into her heart as irreplaceable treasures. The things she remembered best were the sights in the gambling dens. She didn't often get to go along, but to her, the way her father could silence even the most finely dressed of gentlemen with his nearly magical card handling was something she admired with all her heart. The last memory Hal had was of him taking her hand while she was in bed and telling her not to worry. Maybe that memory was what kept her from believing what her mother said about her father's death. After all, how could the strong, healthy man from that memory drop dead of illness so suddenly? It was a typical day when she'd learned the truth. She was out shopping for her mother, and rather than taking the usual route home, she found herself heading to one of the gambling dens along the back streets on a whim. One fateful whim. That was all it took for her to overhear the careless chatter of thugs who spoke of her father. It had been 7 years, yes, but it was still a match of the ages. A match which still ushered in fervent whispers among the men and women who frequented the darker corners of the gambling world. The truth left her with a hatred so all-consuming that she was blind to all but one desire: revenge. Swearing she would become as good as her father, Hal obsessively frequented the gambling dens and played with that one burning desire guiding her hands. It was Enrique who, upon hearing rumors, approached Hal first. He had claimed victory in his first match against Juan by betting on Jack. With Hal, he saw his chance to do so again. Anyone could see that, to Hal, participating in such a match would be a perfect means to an end. Cutting all ties with her mother was a sad but necessary sacrifice, and though she was young, she was welcomed as the newest addition to Enrique's group. Being blessed with talent to begin with, and having abandoned all else to focus on improving her craft, it took a mere 3 years for her to master what King had spent a lifetime studying. Revenge had proven to be an incredible motivator. Hal's eyes were distant as she waited quietly for the match. Perhaps those 3 years were running through them. Still seated, she bowed her head and let out a big, long sigh.
No need to let the weight of this drag you down, you know,
Enrique said softly to her. Don't worry, she replied. Now that I'm here, my heart is light as a feather. Her face betrayed the lie in her words as a flicker of sorrow creased her features. Before anyone could notice, she was back to the same poker face as before. Right now, the only thing on my mind is seeing Jack lose. Enrique's lips contorted into a smile. The more confident he grew in his victory, the more disturbingly warped his smile became. While Hal sat and contemplated her past, Jack was hunched at the bar counter in the main hall. It was a spot with a full view of the setting for the match to come. He stared at the stage, never once even touching the drink he'd ordered. The same seats, the same colors. The more he looked at it, the more it felt as if the events of 7 years ago had happened only yesterday. A voice startled Jack from his reverie.
How about a drink on me?
Without turning, he wordlessly shook his head. Jack didn't need to look through 7-year-old memories to recognize that voice. It was Juan, the very man who had punished King with death.
I eagerly await seeing the level of skill that once dethroned a king, Jack.
With that, Juan disappeared.
A Jack dethroning a king, huh?
Jack could only smile bitterly. The clock steadily ticked away. It was 11:50. The match would begin in 10 minutes. The guests had begun to gather in the hall. Every one of them seemed to have been waiting eagerly for this night. Many had money riding on the outcome. Compared to Enrique or Juan's contest, though, they barely had anything to lose. Hal followed Enrique out into the hall. Taking a seat immediately, she sat quietly, eyes straight ahead. If she was bothered by the crowd or the enormity of the event, she gave no sign. After watching Hal take her place, Jack slowly rose from his spot at the bar. Unlike Hal, Jack had a bit of a name, and as he stepped forward, the crowd called out. It brought back more memories of his match with Kings. How nervous and restless he was by the shouts and cheers. I wanted to do nothing more than to run away. No, 7 years ago was when King died, and for 4 years she believed her mother's story that he died of an illness. Then she found out the truth and spent 3 years learning poker. As I just read. So Hal believed that her father died of an illness for numerous years before overhearing it by taking a different way home and overhearing a bunch of thugs talk about the match, basically. Jack and Hal were both seated now. The card table in the center of the hall lay between them. The two faced each other, but their gazes never met. No, it's fairly clear-cut. In total silence, time passed. Shortly after the two took their seats, a black-garbed man sat in a chair across from them. Just like 7 years ago, he was the dealer provided by Chief Minister Shamrock. The dealer pressed a switch below the card table. Slowly, the table area sank into the floor, allowing the guests in the hall a bird's-eye view of the duel. From behind their respective backed players, Juan's group and Enrique's group cast intense gazes at the gambler's hands. Farther back, behind it all and watching over everything, was Chief Minister Shamrock.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have a revenge match! Enrique yelled, unable to contain his enthusiasm.
It had been far too long since the gambling world was given such a high-stakes game. The crowd answered Enrique's introduction with a roar of approval. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I was chapter 9, right? Yeah. Here we go. Jack is remembering this, the events of 7 years ago. So 7 years ago was the match between him and King. And in chapter 8, there you go. Your father became ill and died 7 years. Okay, yeah, this is a bit of a contradiction, because this would suggest 10 years. I think this is a bit of a mistranslation. But yeah, her father died 7 years ago in that match. But she'd been told that her father became ill and died. But 3 years earlier, she found out the truth. I think her mother would say now, your father became ill and died 7 years ago. So yeah, it's a bit of a... I'm going to call it a mistranslation or a ambiguous statement. But yeah, just 7 years dead, 4 years of believing the lie, and then finding out the truth, and then 3 years of learning poker, and then challenging Jack. That's the actual timeline. And AL. Chapter 10. The Match. Separated by the small card table, the two faced off. Each player had a mountain of chips to wager. Once someone's pile was reduced to nothing, the match would be over. The clock struck midnight. In the silence following the chime, the grand match between Jack and Hal began. At first, the match was totally even. For every hand Jack won, Hal won another. Whenever Hal won a hand, Jack had the next. Neither gave a reed. The ones most surprised by this close contest were Juan and his group. Everyone who had bet on Jack started to jeer and holler. During the match, time and again, Hal spoke to Jack. Using conversation to distract your opponent was all part of the game, but Hal's persistence went beyond just tactics. However, Jack never said a single word back to her until roughly 30 minutes passed. Then finally he broke the silence at the time with a low, textured voice. Once upon a time, there was a man. It was so soft that the crowd could barely hear, but Jack wasn't speaking for them. He continued. This man had something he admired. He wanted to become the thing he admired, and he wanted to win against the object of his admiration. And through it all, he was drawn closer to that which he admired. Both laid down their hands. Jack had one pair, Hal had two. Chips moved from Jack's mountain to Hal's. What is it, Jack? This all part of your plan? Hal would occasionally add a sarcastic remark, but Jack just kept on telling the story.
The man stole some tricks from that which he admired and practiced his own skills as best he could. In the end, his efforts eventually made him strong enough. People called him Victory. At some point, there was someone who took notice of that reputation. He thought, why not pit the best against each other? There's no show that could be better.
Enrique's ears twitched. Something in what Jack was saying bothered him.
The man gladly accepted the offer for the show. It was the match of a lifetime with that which he admired most, after all. The man's heart danced with excitement. Back then, that man was a young fool who didn't see the world around him for what it was. Certainly, he'd never have thought about what it'd really mean to lose that match.
Hal listened intently. At some point, she had started to pay attention to Jack's story. The audience was much the same. Everyone in the hall strained to hear the tale tumbling from Jack's lips. The two played their cards. Jack had no pair. Hal had a full house. Chips moved from Jack's mountain to Hal's. Jack, Hal chided. You're so busy talking, you're forgetting to play the game. Enough. I'll settle things here, now. Hal's words reignited the crowd. The silent hall burst into excitement as she pushed forward every last chip in her pile. Perhaps she was just that confident, but Hal already had a significant lead on Jack. He couldn't possibly accept the bet. Could he? To match my bet, since you seem a little short, how about you wager your life? Hal reached under the table and unholstered her orbital gun, then set both it and a bullet on the table by the chips. If I win, you can kiss your life goodbye. The audience waited for his answer with bated breath. Surely no one would be foolish enough to accept such a bet, they thought. But Jack's response was the opposite of what they were expecting, as well as precisely what they were hoping for.
All right, I'll call your bet. Not like it matters. If you don't kill me, someone else will.
His response sent a wave of shock through the gambling enthusiasts in the hall, with each and every one of them erupting into claps and unbridled cheers of approval. Enrique, personally, couldn't have been more pleased. One said quietly, whatever he thought of the situation was privy to him and him alone. The stakes were now that much higher, but neither side opted to change out their cards. Rather, they chose to place their current hand face down. So, what happened to the man? Hal asked, seemingly smug with victory. Or possibly she was just asking to hear Jack's final words.
The man never won against the one that he admired.
Silence followed in the wake of his response, and in that one moment Hal's unfailing mask shattered to pieces. Her true expression shone at last, and one so beyond her years was a long, unquenched rage that even Enrique had never seen. What are you talking about? You won, didn't you? Here, in this very hall! Tears flooded Hal's eyes, and her voice buckled. And you made a fool of my papa! Perhaps caught in the moment, Jack was as abrupt and impassioned as she was. The texture in his voice thinned as he locked eyes with her and cried, Your father never lost! Not to me! He was never made a fool! He never felt a second of misery or humiliation! His pride is as intact now as it was 7 years ago! He chose to lose in order to protect everything he held so dear to him! Enrique visibly panicked upon Jack's confession, sent his thugs forward to silence Jack before he could say any more. One would have no such interruptions, however, and with a snap of his fingers had his own men step forward to prevent any interference. For the first time since the match began, his curiosity was now visibly piqued. The crowd was restless and clamoring for the results. Once Chief Minister Shamrock gave his sign, the dealer flipped both players' cards. Jack had 4 kings. Hal had 4 jacks. It was well and truly Jack's victory. The crowd immediately hushed, but mouths were left agape, and the room bathed in a silence that was uncomfortably palpable. All eyes were on the table, and all ears were perked, awaiting some kind of reaction. Seconds passed. Finally, Jack was the first to speak.
See, Jack muttered. Jack can't beat King.
The charged battle had closed with Jack's dramatic upset of a victory. Putting aside Jack's words, Juan took a moment to breathe a welcome sigh of relief, for this turn of events was no small victory on his part. Conversely, Enrique sat stunned, head in his hands. Hal stared blankly at the cards. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. No, wait, how did you... Four king... That should be my hand! Hearing this, Enrique began to violently object, leaving no excuse unaccounted for. Jack was a cheat, he insisted. The match was a wash! No, Jack was disqualified for breaking the rules!
Give it up, Don Enrique, Juan commanded. If you think he's a cheat, then how about you show us, huh? Go on, show us exactly what it is Jack did.
Juan stood resolutely, arms crossed.
Cheating's fine, as long as you're not caught, he recited.
It was a core rule of the match, and Enrique knew it. There was nothing he could say back that could lay bare the trick. He stammered over his words as he rushed to nitpick every single one of Jack's actions throughout the match, but it was no use.
Impossible.
Jack denied it all with a single word.
This was a technique King used in his final match. I didn't know it at the time, so there's no way Mr. Enrique could. To make me win, and to keep you safe, Hal, King used this very trick. Truly, a trick worthy of a king.
Head bowed, he continued.
I could never understand it. If he had a great trick like this up his sleeve, then what on earth would make him do something dumb like throw away a match? I hated him for that, you know. Hell, I've spent these past 7 years consoling myself by drowning in booze.
Jack looked up, his eyes catching the sparkle of the chandelier above them just right.
But once I saw that invitation of yours, Hal, it started to make sense. Seeing Mr. Enrique's name on the back was all I needed for everything to fall into place. Do you remember, Hal? On the same day as that match, you were in bed after being struck with a very sudden illness. No one could explain what it was.
Jack's word had Hal like a fish on a hook. So what? What does that have to do with anything? Jack ignored her and continued.
Around the same time, I'd heard a certain rumor about Mr. Enrique. Word was he'd gotten his hands on a hell of a poison, something along those lines anyway.
Perhaps Jack wasn't the only one who had heard this rumor. Curious as they were to listen in on Jack's story, a flurry of whispers spread through the audience upon the mention of the poison. The kind of whispers where one couldn't understand word for word what was being said, but any onlooker would know exactly what everyone was thinking. Enrique could only stare at the ground and bite his lip. The facts weren't difficult to piece together. There was Hal, who just so happened to fall ill during the worst of times for King. There was Enrique, who had so conveniently acquired a poison during the best of times for him.
And then there was King, who had so blatantly lost against me on purpose, Jack listed. There's an easy way to explain all those things, and it boils down to one simple truth.
Juan leapt to his feet, fury writ all over his features. He began screaming at Enrique.
You! 7 years ago, you poisoned this girl, and then you threatened King with it! You poisoned this girl and then threatened King, didn't you?
Every word from Juan's mouth was akin to being punched in the gut, blow after blow after blow. Her body could only stiffen. Before Juan's accusations, Enrique desperately scrambled to put a defense together. He tried valiantly to hide how flustered he was, to conceal how sweaty his palms were, but never was there a poorer actor on a stage. Indeed, the way he begged and pleaded his case before such a massive jury was almost humorous. Everyone was quick to believe what Jack was saying. Of course, there was no proof that such a tragedy had occurred at all. It could easily have been a cleverly arranged string of lies. Yet Enrique's rambles professing his innocence didn't make any sense to them, whereas Jack's story of few words made far too much. In the underworld, betrayal was a constant companion. That was precisely why, however, plain logic trumped proof time and again. So long as the masses felt your story made the most logical sense, proof, be it present or lacking, didn't mean a damn thing. Enrique knew this rule as well as any other man or woman present.
As it slowly dawned on him that his punishment was only a matter of when, not if, he ceased his protestations. Hal merely continued to stand still as could be. She was being held upright by a throng of emotions, and her mind worked overtime to catch up to each new feeling the revelations of that night had brought. "My father never lost," she whispered. The truth was a comforting balm to her heart, but at the same time it filled her with a deep sense of loss. Her father had chosen death himself. The very thought of it was far too big and far too sad. The flames of revenge that had fueled her actions suddenly and utterly went out as her once burning drive died. All that remains was thin smoke and cold white ash where her anger had been. That means that for me, Papa... The feelings that began to well up turned to words, and as they parted from her, everything that had been bubbling inside surged without. Falling to the floor, Hal curled up into a ball and began to cry like a child. As he glanced at Hal from the corner of his eyes, one put a hand on Jack's shoulder and patted him in a congratulatory way. "Tonight was better than I could have possibly imagined. I'll do anything you ask if it's in my power," he whispered to Jack. "Then give me Hal," Jack requested without a moment's hesitation. One was hard-pressed to answer. No matter how pitiable he found Hal, she was still a pawn of Enrique's. Even if there were to be punishments meted out for the events of 7 years ago, her freedom was very much in question. "Give Jack what he wants. Will it really be such a problem?" The voice from behind both of them froze every single person in the hall. All eyes turned to a single point. The one who drew their gaze was the bearded consultant to the underworld, Chief Minister Shamrock. "Giving him the girl isn't a problem, is it, Enrique?" Enrique nodded weakly. At last the ship was filled with cries of celebration. Jack and Hal returned to the harbor at dawn. The enormous ship disappeared into the morning fog, gone before most knew it was even there. Yeah, there are definitely some minor translations issue. As if they'd been played by an illusion all along. "What will you do with me, then?" Hal asked. "Nothing. You're free," Jack shrugged nonchalantly. "I doubt anyone will ever try to use your life in any deals ever again. Do whatever you wish." Hal was quiet a moment, said, "Hey, Jack, why? Why would you do all this for me?" Jack gave her a small, rare smile. "King gave his life to keep you safe. And by saving you, he saved my life as well. I'm only standing here today because of him. And you think it's only natural I'd use the life he gave me to make his wish come true?" "Wish? What do you mean?" Jack's smile disappeared. "I believe your father regretted setting foot into those gambling dens. Not because of the game, but because there's no way a guy like him would have ever risked putting his daughter in danger for anything. He adored you, you know. You should have never gotten wrapped up in this dark world, Hal. I'm sure he would have wished the same." Hal didn't know what to say. Jack continued, "If you get what I'm saying, then run off from here and don't you ever come back." And with that, Jack strode away and left Hal standing there by the sea. The Calvard Republic. There's a city in this country, a place where migrants from the east have recreated their homeland down to the bright lacquer tiles. Ran out of breath. The bright lacquer tiles. On the northern outskirts of that city was a little run-down bar. Over a week had passed since that fateful game. Jack could still be found there in that same dingy bar. As always, he was at his liquor starting from noon. He had settled things with his past, but he was still the same man he was before. No. He was changed. He drank less, and when he drank, he didn't throw it back like a man dying of thirst, but instead sipped slowly and appreciated the taste. And that day, once more, the door to the place opened with a sound like a shriek. A new customer stepped into the very same bar, and that new customer was Hal. Jack choked on his whiskey. "Hal, what are you doing in here? This ain't the kind of place you should be in."
Ignoring his sputtering, she pulled up a stool and gave him a most dazzling smile. "Hey, Jack," she began. "Let's play a game. A real shocker of a match. Only this time, all bets are off." The end. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed this story. And I hope you guys really enjoyed this story. Also, I hope I did the reading justice, because my voice was definitely starting to crack a bit near the end there. Cactpot's drawn, you should go claim it. I mean, I could. But I'm in the middle of the game right now. I can very quickly swap to log in if you like me to quickly get the drawing, see if I won anything. I sort of doubt it, though. Walked into an audiobook. Yes, essentially. Oh, no, it won't connect to anything in any way at all, Drevels. There's absolutely no reason for me to have read this right now. Alright, fine, let me very quickly... Where the hell is my authenticator? Hello? Oh, it was over there. It was fiendishly hidden on my other side. Hello, Aurora... I am very sorry. Auraripold. Did I pronounce that correctly? I hope I did. Welcome to the stream. Have a very brief interruption, though. Because while I'm playing Trails in the Sky the Third, I've been asked to very quickly log on to Final Fantasy XIV to claim my gambling prizes. Because I am a filthy gambler! I don't know. Actually, let me quickly screen cap that, because why not? Yeah. And thank you very much for the follow, Orari. Again, I really hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Oh, nice one, Boxon. My personal record is 13,636 in the mini Cactpot. Gambling is a healthy activity. This has been your public service announcement from the most irresponsible arsehole on the planet. Look, I either start the stream by quickly claiming the Cactpot, or I start the login run by quickly claiming it, or end it. But yeah, this is just going to be a very brief interruption, because there's actually a very specific reason for why I did the entire dramatic reading of Gambler Jack for you all, and I would like to get to that very quickly. Oh, come on, Matty. Pokemon is clearly an irresponsible, gambling-encouraging game for reasons. Oh, yeah, I slightly overdid it with the reading. You know what? I think it's time No, wait. I'm already saving up for things. I literally was about to say I think it's time to start saving for a new SSD and installing Final Fantasy XIV on that. But then I realised, no, I'm already saving up. Stop it, Lash. I need you. Oh yeah, there we go. The early bird bonus. I'd never heard of that. I'm unsurprised. There's also a Poxon stalking me. Well, triple consolation prize. Yeah, this time it's a Poxon. Let me very quickly purchase new tickets and do the mini gambling. Then I have sated my urge for gambling. In this game. Admittedly, it's not much of a gamble. You literally cannot lose. You can only win and win more. Sure, why not? Do you have the Urstola menu? I might? Yes. Kinda wish there was a search function in this. Yes, brave new Urstola, but at the risk of sounding a little bit like a prick. Wait, where did my... Oh, there it is. I've got a little dragon. Sorry, but I'm keeping my little dragon. Summon it over here. I'm alright. Stop making sense. So, what did I just accomplish, Poxon? I can't even see you. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, is your pet offering her a flower? And is she just blithely ignoring it? I'm going to assume that this makes more sense if I know the characters in question. Hey, Ray. You're looking spiffing today. I figured as much. Then I'm not going to ask any further. But I have to admit, it's back to dragon for me now. Ah. Oh, sorry, Gazzy. Oh, fine. But better hurry, otherwise I'm going to have to change the game's title. The stream's title, but hard. It is sort of adorable. Look at the graphics. Hey, CDN, I know. I'm very briefly... I was convinced to very briefly swap so I could get my gambling on. And then all of a sudden I was told, look, minions! And then things slowed down a little. Okay, that was adorable, but now I am moving on to do the gambling so that I can get on with things. Walk your... Oh, there... Oh, they're ordering me around. There. There you go, Cassie. Not on my screen. Anyway, now I'm running off because now I want to get on with things. Sorry, I don't mind being on Final Fantasy XIV, but this isn't claim time, and I am supposed to be playing Trails, so I'm just doing this very quickly as a favour. I was told there would be an assortment of sorbet and cocktails. Did you not see the provide your own sign? I said nothing of the sort. Claiming time is entirely up to those who have built up the time. You know this. 7, 8, 9? Damn. 1, 2, 3. Down. 7, 8, 9. Down. Oh well. I tried. You all saw it. Right, back to my logout count. Now, like, as ever, Kazzy, I don't mind it if people want to claim time for Final Fantasy XIV. But at the moment, this isn't claim time, and I kind of want to stick with what the usual schedule is. You know, that's kind of how this goes. On the other hand, by the way, CDN student, this might not be Trails, but look how fucking fancy I am. I am extremely fancy. So there. But yeah, cheers for letting me know about the early bird time claim thingamabobble, because I never knew about that. See? There's a Trails game. But yeah, as ever, I don't mind playing Final Fantasy XIV at all, but I was in the middle of something, so there. Mike's character back when... Oh, that is definitely an option for many, it seems. But yeah, there is absolutely no reason for me to have read the book Gambler Jack on stream just now. Absolutely none. Sadly, this is also RNG, so this may fail spectacularly. Hey, whatever works best for you. I don't judge anyone else's transmog or glamour or whatever you want to call it. The Calvard Republic. There's a city in this country, a place where migrants from the east have recreated their homeland down to the bright lacquer tiles. And the fact that this line is the same as the book is a complete coincidence! Nicknamed the Eastern Quarter, it was home to people of all kinds from all places. On the northern outskirts of that town was a little run-down bar. Doubtless it had been presentable once, but now the plaster was crumbling, and what doors were left barely fit their pitted frames. Of course, such a seedy place attracted the clientele to match. Inside were two gamblers of exceptional skill. It was only mere months ago, when they had turned the underworld on its head in the match of the century. The first was Jack, a prolific, blue-eyed gambler known by the moniker Victory Jack, who was finally able to put his past behind him. And the second was Hal, a petite gambler who remained doggedly by his side despite his best attempt to shake her. Really? I haven't really run into toxicity in Final Fantasy XIV. Today was yet another ordinary day at the bar. However, the shriek of the door opening announced the arrival of someone who was anything but. Ah, that sucks. Who the hell are you? Gotta be either really dumb or really brave, and that's saying something with this joint. I'm putting my money on the former. How about you? That was a really shit voice. Hey, get away from him, guys! I'm so sorry about them. I'm sure that wasn't the welcome you were expecting when you stepped in here. They're not bad people, really, I swear. Although you could certainly be forgiving for thinking so looking at them. Are you a customer by chance? Oh, I hate it when people do that, CDN. I really enjoy playing with friends, but at the same time, I hate it when people go, yeah, you're being too slow, you're doing it wrong, you're doing it too shitty. Dude, let me go at my own pace, thank you. Are you a customer by chance? Here, let me show you to a table. Still, you're quite the unusual one, if you don't mind me saying so. Not many people would willingly come to a run-down bar like this, especially not in the middle of the day. Allow me then. Cassie would like you to join the free company that's run by her, and that by this point is mostly a stream community thing. Oh, I see. Fair enough. No, actually, Cassie wasn't mass recruiting this time, Hunt. Anyway, I'm not saying it was a bad idea to come here, of course. Sure, it's in desperate need of renovations, and the regulars are a rowdy bunch, but there's just something, I don't know, warm about this place. Like I'm home. Food's a lot better than you'd think, too. Oh, watch your feet. I'm pretty sure that floor panel there is going to snap any day now. Encouraging. Well, here's your seat. Anything you'd like to order? You don't look like you're here for booze, anyway. How about something to eat? Personally, I'd recommend the Tom Yum Goong. Goong? I have no idea how to pronounce that. I am very sorry for my racial insensitivity. It's the most popular thing on our menu, and for good reason. That mix of spicy with just the right amount of sourness is perfect. Ah, I can see your mouth watering already. That's a definite yes. How about something to drink? Just water? Sorry, what was that? You're looking for Jack. Well, he's usually sleeping at the back at this time of day. Wait, did you come here to challenge him to a game of something? Sorry, I didn't even think to ask if that was what you were here for. Well, alright, I'll go and talk with him. If he's in a good mood, he might be willing. Don't get your hopes up, though. Wait here for a minute, okay? And yes, we just met Hal.
Hey, you hear that?
The guy over there wants to take Jack on.
Yeah, I heard. If he takes him up on it, this could get real interesting. Wouldn't be so sure about that. Ain't often Jack actually gets serious, and I don't know if that guy's got what it'd take to bring it out of him.
Well, here's the Tom Yum Goong you ordered. Eat it while it's still hot. Just treat it like this. There you go. One moment. Okay, now my keyboard's clean again. But it's just Worcestershire sauce. Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, and as for Jack, sorry, but he says he'll pass this time. Seems like he's still hungover from drinking yesterday. Doesn't even want to get up. I'm sure that's not what you want to hear after coming all this way to challenge him, but that's Jack for you. Wait, no, I've got a great idea. How about you and I have a game first? If you beat me, I'll go bug him again. I'm sure he'd be totally interested in someone who's better than me. Surprised? I'm actually quite the gambler, you know. The name's Hal. I'm the daughter of the legendary gambler King. Not exactly a household name, but it's a pretty famous one in these kinds of circles. Fair warning, I don't plan on holding back one bit. If we're doing this, we're going all out. Plus, if I win, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You good with that? I'll take that as a yes. Well, let's move on to a more suitable table, shall we? As for the game, how does blackjack sound? Terrible, I'm much better at poker in this game. Are you ready? Then let's get started. No, I don't think I'm going to draw this time, Hal. I think I'm good. I think I am fairly okay with my hand as it is now, Hal. Just saying. That's one bold bluff, if it is one. Yeah, literally starting off on a blackjack. That's absurd. Well done. You're not half bad. I mean, I'd like to claim that was skill, but... I'm not sure, Caddy. It's never been pronounced out loud, so I just went with Hal. I won't lose next time. Yeah, I thought so. Got screwed over. Uh-oh. Did you go and bust? Should have quit while you were ahead. Yeah, that was a terrible hand. I think I'm going to stand on 17. Of course. Sadly, blackjack is pretty much RNG full. Give me a 4. I'm standing. Yeah, that's my usual. And of course, then this shit happens all the goddamn time. Ah, I hate RNG. I hate RNG so much. Stand. Yeah, basically, I need to win this one to clear the minigame. Yeah, I'm standing on 20, no problem. Excellent. Looks like you win this one. Congrats. Well, that's that. You won, stranger. Nice work. And of course, this minigame has a second round to actually play against Gambler Jack. Wow, who'd have thought? You're actually really good. Alright, a deal's a deal. I'll go and talk to Jack again. I'm not sure, Cassie.
Well, he actually managed to beat her. Looks that way. Maybe we'll get to see something interesting after all. Man, I'm tired. Well, there's a new face. So what? That the guy who beat Al? Oh, my head's throbbing like a bitch. Look.
Ah, there goes the floor.
See, told you. I knew he'd be the one to break it. That you did. Poor guy. It's kind of crazy how he's amazingly lucky at gambling, yet amazingly unlucky at everything else. Actually, he's probably less unlucky and more him always being out of it.
Okay, that is adorable, Xeniad.
Hey, I heard that, you! I'll take you on any time you want.
That's enough, you two. If you want to fight, you can take it outside. Last thing we need is this place ending up any more rundown than it already is. Oh, and on that note, you're fixing that broken floorboard yourself, Jack. That's on you.
Why do I have to do it?
Because that, Jack. Because that.
Fine, fine. This sucks. Never thought I'd see Jack get so wrapped around somebody's finger.
There you go, Moogles.
You're telling me?
Anyway, sorry for the wait. Here's Jack.
So, I was right then. This is the guy who wants to take me on?
Sure is.
Really? Doesn't look like he's going to put up much of a fight to me.
Never let your guard down or you could find yourself stumbling into something unexpected. Like, you know, the floorboard again.
Anyway, I'm Jack. I think you already know that, though.
Hey, Asteria. What's up?
And before we do any gambling, I need a drink. Give me a whiskey, Hal, on the rocks.
What was that you said earlier about a hangover again?
I got rid of that just now. Come on, we haven't got all day.
You were unbelievable.
Did Al catch your eye? Girl's about as sexy as a lamppost right now, but she's got potential.
But yeah, why are you annoyed at yourself? I hope nothing too serious?
Couldn't tell you what made her want to work in a shithole like this, but here she is. Anyway, forget her for now. let's talk about you, yeah? You're one brave guy to come in here all on your own and out of the blue. Not many guys would have the guts to do that, or girls for that matter.
Because Jack's kind of an asshole, Belial. Went to bed after 3 a.m. this morning and didn't get up until almost 1 this afternoon. Good lord, you needed some rest, apparently. Nice to see you two are hitting it off. Here's your drink, Jack.
Thanks. You hanging around? I figured you'd get back to work.
As if I could work knowing there's an exciting match going on over here. The owner's given me the okay too, so I'm going to park my butt right here until you're done.
Yeah, but I don't like that. No wonder this place is the way it is. Well, whatever. Let's get this over with. Here we go. You're the challenger, so I'm going to be the one picking the game we play. And I'm going with the one I'm best at. Poker! Let's get this thing over with. Let the best man win, I guess.
Oh, that is a shit hand. Nope, I'm changing all. That's not any better. No. Doesn't matter, worth a damn.
Sorry about that. Guess luck was on my side today.
Yeah, that's a great start. Well, I guess I'll gamble on Jack. Ah!
Betting 2 stars, huh? Bring it on. I never turn down a challenge.
This seems like a pointless risk to take. I am doing it on purpose, though, because you just want to win as quickly as possible. And ace stripes. I'll take a 3 of a kind. Still Dutch.
Will you look at that? Didn't expect that luck to hold out, stranger.
Hysteria, I hate to be that person, but sorry. Oh god. Fuck it, I'm taking the risk. Give me a queen or a 7. I'm not raising. I'll take that luck. It's fine, Hysteria, I don't mind.
Would you look at that?
Two, 6, 7. Fuck it, taking the risk because I am well ahead right now. Ooh, could have tried for a straight as well. Oh no, wait. Shit. Nothing changed. We're back to me having 3 stars. Damn it. Pocket pair of aces. Okay, I'll take 2 pairs. Shame I couldn't raise, but hey. Because this is the last minigame door in the game. My luck is not my friend today. Okay, I'm holding on to 1 card. Because if I get 2 clubs, I might be able to get a flush. I'm not expecting it. Shit. I'm gonna lose this round. Or it's just going to be a draw. pocket pair again. And another shit hand. This hand is... This RNG is not my friend again. That did not help. It put me really close to a flush, but it didn't get me a flush. Oh well. Yeah, figured. God damn it. Ha 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 ha! And oh my god, could you give me anything usable? Apparently no. The answer is no. RNG is being a massive dickbag right now. What is this? Okay, thank you. I know it's poker, Smiley. Thank you very much. That was extremely helpful. Fantastic. Yeah, I have to admit, I hate pure RNG-based minigames. I know there's a bit more skill in poker and blackjack, but let's be entirely honest, it's still pure RNG. At least I have a single pair. Fuck it. Either I'm going to lose completely, or I'm going to get back to 4 stars. 2 pairs. Excellent. But yeah, basically, I need to get all 7 gold stars to win. Ooh, pocket pair. Another 2 pair hand. Dick. Yes, you can basically be here forever if this keeps happening. Regrettably, this keeps happening! Come on. Give me 2 heart. Or just give me nothing useful. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hugely. What the fuck is this RNG? Fuck off, the lot of you! Thank fuck, at least I got a pair. He got a pair too, because he only exchanged 2 cards. Thank you! See, that is something I was looking for. Inevitably, yes, but, you know, the player should have a chance. Look who was going for a straight. game seemed to freeze for a second. I was really worried for a moment. Wow, that is all useless. Bye. That is slightly less useless. Thank you. It's not really worth to bet on a single pair. But gonna take a risk, because if I do win on a single pair, that ends the match. Come on, please don't have two pair or better. Thank you. Got him!
Would you look at that?
Don't expect that. I already won, Jack. Okay. Yeah, it keeps freezing for a second there.
Damn, you managed to get all my stars? Huh. Be proud. Not just anyone can beat me. Well, I'll be damned. You're pretty good after all. You beat me fair and square. I ain't gonna make excuses.
You kidding me? You actually beat Jack? Oh, because he was holding back. You know that as well as I do. Same could have been true for his opponent, to be fair.
Yeah, you're right. It was still a damn good game, though.
Looks like we're the centre of attention now.
I'd say we entertained the bar enough, at least. Can't say I'm thrilled with losing, but that's the first time in a while I felt the rush of a good gamble.
I'll say that was a great game to watch. I'm itching to play some poker myself.
Anyway, if you ever feel like it, come on back, I guess. I'll try and make time for you if you do. But just so we're clear, you haven't seen half of what I can really do yet.
You say that, Jack, but for all you know, it's going to be you getting beaten next time, too.
We'll see about
that. Okay, so they didn't have a updated sprite art for her winking character art, apparently, because that one is suddenly a lot blurrier. Still, I feel the exact same way he does. You're always welcome back here. I'd love to play you again, personally. And back to sharp textures.
You better come back at least once, though, got it? I need a chance to get my own victory against you, and now that you've got one on me...
Oh, that's all for today. That's a shame. Well, come back again sometime, alright? I do like this inclusion, and I am genuinely wondering if there's a chance to run into Gambler Jack and Hal in Kuro no Kiseki, because that one is set in Calvert. Would be cool, I have to admit. Would be cool. But with that said... all we have left is the Nightmare Arena. We can't challenge that yet. Not sure, Belaya, but at the same time... well, Carnelia is actually based on instalment, as it turns out. In Cold Steel, you read the book Red Moon Rose, who is also based on real characters. Most of the books seem to foreshadow stuff. But yeah, I'm only missing 2 Star Doors. I don't quite remember what these 2 storylines will be. And we've cleared all the Moon Doors, so we've done almost all the side stuff. Which leads me to a quick question, given the time. Number 1. Did anyone have claiming game time in mind for today? I don't mind. Not at all, actually. But I'd like to know now, because there's some serious plot development coming up. And as such, I'd like to know beforehand. And number 2. Belaya, Drevels, do either of you remember how long Star Doors 7 or 9 were? Because if they're short, I'll bash one out quickly before going on my break. Oh, I'll wrap one up quickly before my break. Let me see. 7 was the overcome a trial before you can go in, and 9 was the pay 50,000 Mira. Let me very quickly see. I just looked it up. 7 is a very short one, I think. It's just a fight, and then some background knowledge on one of the founding companies of the game. I'd like to claim, but I have no time. I mean, you know how to build it up, but fair. Is any of the upcoming content the stuff I need to vanish for? No. I will very much warn you beforehand, Catty. Essentially, the upcoming stuff will lead to Chapter 7, which is actually a very short chapter. Once I finish that, I will unlock the optional training dungeon. That optional training dungeon has the door you need to be wary of at the very bottom. So we're not there yet. This is actually just some wholesome world building. Also, excellent music. Let's see if I can speed their way to the grave. Yeah, that went well. I still love the fact that this one is... It's not the entire battlefield, it attacks in a line. I think you can quite safely claim it's most likely going to hit the entire battlefield. Roughly. You know. You'd be hard-pressed to miss with this. I don't be Dribble. I know, Malaya, but even then, it's not exactly a small area of effect, is all I'm saying. We call this the fuck you. Yeah, she has an annoying voice. She's tiny. And that takes out all the useless ads. And relieves this thing. Oh, screw it. But yeah, story-wise, I'm actually really excited for the parts that are coming up. There is some really messed up stuff, because Kevin's history isn't the happiest. People mostly claim filler for Chapter 6, Belaya. There I can understand it, because you are exploring basically the Urba Royal scenic route, 4 sub-dungeons, and it's basically an excuse to have a crap ton of boss fights and very little story development. But Chapter 7 is definitely not filler. The optional super dungeon is just that, completely optional. Here we go. The Epstein Foundation. Orbment are devices that use the orbal energy contained within septium to cause a variety of useful effects. It has only been a little over a half-century since they were first invented, but even in such a short time they have already revolutionized the world as we know it. From daily necessities such as lighting and heating, to tanks and other similar weapons used to defend our nations, orbments are used in just about every facet of our lives. In fact, it's now hard to imagine life without them. So much of what we take for granted in life now involves them in some way. And it is to proliferate and advance the development of these orbments that we exist. We, the Epstein Foundation. Our foundation was first established in the year 1155 of the Septian calendar, the year after Professor Epstein's passing, and was created by his brilliant-minded disciples in order to honor his wishes. The foundation is based in his home state of Le Mans, where it remains in operation to this day. For reference, one of those three brilliant-minded disciples is actually Professor Russell. It was rather limited in size in the beginning, and its attempt to spread Orbal technology was initially met with little success. Sensing that the professor's dream would never be realized at the rate they were going, three key researchers left Le Mans to try and spread the seeds of Orbal technology across the continent themselves. One of these was Professor G. Schmidt. Wow, Drevels. Also, I don't know that Professor Russell gave birth to Erica. You know, he was certainly partly responsible for Erica, but I don't think he gave birth. Yes, it was. Sorry, Drevels, I had to. The professor, who had gained a fine reputation of his own for his skill in the field of mechanical engineering, went around and visited corporations in various nations to persuade them of the benefits of orbments. And no, we haven't met Professor G. Schmidt yet. Stop that, Hunt. The second was Professor L. Hamilton. Mindful of the technological gap between regions, she long believed that it was rural and remote areas that needed orbment technology more than any other. As such, she enlisted the help of the Bracer Guild, which already had a close relationship with the Foundation, and formed a mission with the intent of promoting and spreading the technology where applicable. The professor herself also toured the region with the aim of spreading public awareness and laying foundations for others to build on in the future. The third was Professor A. Russell, now known far and wide as the father of the Orbal Revolution. I just read that. Quite so. Why do I have to be subjected to these mental images? Professor Russell returned to his home nation of Liberl and continued to work tirelessly to advance orbment technology there. And within a year of returning, he had set up the Zeiss Engineering Factory, now known as the Zeiss Central Factory, or ZCF, and created the first orbment to be made outside Le Mans State. 3 years later, the reigning king of Liberl at the time, Edgar III, visited the factory to inspect it, and he decided to donate a large amount of money to further its research. With His Majesty's endorsement, orbments began to spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom, bringing such prosperity that the people of other nations were filled with envy. Up until then, most people didn't see orbments in a particularly positive light, but their success in Liberl changed those impressions virtually overnight. One nation after another began to reach out to our foundation to share orbment technology, and both our foundation's financial and social standing became that much more secure. In the eyes of the world, the Orbal Revolution was a sudden, far-reaching transformation, but it was only because of years of reaching out to people and diligent, largely unnoticed research that it was able to happen at all. Oh, look at that! An actual in-game thing! Shall we go pay attention to it? We'll continue that conversation never! The Foundation's activities center around the following three guiding principles. 1. Carrying out fundamental research on orbits. 2. Spreading Orbal technology and informing the public of its benefits. I don't blame you for those consequences, Drevels. 3. Contributing to world peace through technology. Now then, let's discuss each of these three guiding principles in more depth. Firstly, carrying out fundamental research on orbit, the Foundation's most important mission is naturally the improvement and development of orbital technology. The fundamental principles behind how orbments work need no improvement as such, but their architectures, their internal structures, have been improved upon countless times in the past and will surely continue to be perfected by the curious mind as the years go on. Orbment's architecture concerns the mechanical parts inside them, such as cogs and screws, and there's still plenty of room for change as this new technology develops. These improvements can reap great rewards, but the research necessary to make them is known to be as lengthy as it is expensive. As a result, companies who prioritize profit over all else are less inclined to pursue them. This makes our Foundation's research all the more important from a social perspective. Secondly, spreading technology and informing the public of its benefits. Two other important goals of the Foundation are to spread orbital technology as widely as possible and to educate the public on the correct way to use it. So basically, send your granddad and we'll tell him he's doing it wrong. While orbments have become part of the daily lives of most who live in advanced nations and populated urban areas, the reality in remote and mountainous regions is very different. To counter this, we have long worked to send missions of engineers and bracers to these regions to try and better the standard of living for these people, and will continue to do so. We also continue to work on other ways to spread awareness of orbital technology, such as working closely with the Septian Church to have it added to the curriculum of Sunday School's classes. And finally, contributing to world peace through technology. It is to pursue this noble yet extremely difficult goal that the Foundation has had a close relationship with the Bracer Guild ever since its initial founding. The Guild was established as an international peacekeeping organization and can mediate on conflicts between nations from a neutral point of view, making it essential to the stability of our world as it stands. The Epstein Foundation continues to back them up fully in their cause, both with financial aid and using the fact that Le Mans State is the only place where tactical orbments are produced to provide them with equipment. Just as well, this relationship also provides ideal feedback towards tweaking the quality of tactical orbments as they are used in combat too. Every machine and every invention goes through a long, grueling process behind the scenes before eventually reaching its finished, refined form, and tactical orbments are no exception. Then, in Septian calendar 1190, our Foundation unveiled the Orbital Network Project, which will be implemented in partnership with ZCF. As a result, prostitution institutions became unnecessary, as this is essentially the internet and thus porn. Pretty much, Belaya. It's not explicitly stated that way, but given the close ties between the Epstein Foundation, Le Mans State, and the Bracer Guild, that makes sense. Goodness, it's almost like I did it on purpose, Cassie. Said project aims to join all of Zemuria together with a single united communications network, but our hope is that it will do much more than that. Oh, trust me, it will. Just wait until Orbital Twitter is invented. Our hope is that it'll help to realize a peaceful world through communication. Our reality is that people are fucknuggets. Sadly, Orbment's relationship with peace as a concept has become somewhat complicated. Are they aiding in its realization, or are they doing the exact opposite? Professor Epstein expressed his hopes that their ability to realize the limitless looping of energy would be able to bring lasting peace to the world. Instead, recent years have thoroughly betrayed those hopes, and the post-revolution world has become a chaotic one indeed. I wasn't planning on going to a prostitution institution, Smiley. Nice one, Beerforce. The conflict between Liberl and Erebonia, for one, made significant use of orbital weaponry, airships included. It seems beyond a doubt that orbital weaponry will continue to become more and more advanced, making war an even more tragic event than ever. In the face of all of this, how should we go about trying to create a peaceful world? We believe the best way to do this is to rely on the power of communication and a means to do so with people of different nationalities and races. If these people can more easily interact and more easily deepen their understanding of one another, perhaps that will allow us to create the world we all so dearly desire. Quite so, McDrill. In the end, one thing is for certain. Our challenges to try and realize Professor Epstein's ideals are only just beginning. I do. It's very dry, this stuff. It's almost like you're listening to a professor giving a lecture in a university hall. But the world building is excellent. The Epstein Foundation is incredibly important and will continue to be so in games to come. But that's Star Door 7, so we only have Star Door 13, Star Door 14 and 15. This is the big one, by the way, Kazi. And the Nightmare Arena. Other than that, we've done everything. Including the fucking fishing fucking minigame from fucking hell! Basically what I'm saying here is, you know, nice. Yeah, but I don't mind these lecture stripes. The world building is good. Anyway, let me quickly go back to the Black Ark. Because I want to double check something. Wrong save point. I'm better off on the deck. Ah, here we are. I needed to double check the floor plan. I'm just waiting for Kazi, to be perfectly honest. Anyway, as noted, I'm going to take my break. I'll be back in a couple minutes, so have yourself the usual stretch, drink, snack, and also on. As also noted, we're about to hit big plot dump. If you want to claim time, make up your mind during the break, please. Because in the middle of the plot dump, I think everyone will want to know what happens next. If you want to claim time, again, absolutely no hard feelings. I would not mind switching games at all. I want to make that clear because I feel like I've been making people feel bad about claiming time, and that should never be the point. Because, you know, people have been absurdly generous to me for ages, and claiming time is simply part of that. I just want to make sure this time at least that if it does happen, that it happens in a orderly fashion, I suppose. You have that right. But I'll be back in a couple minutes for my break, so see you in a few minutes. And I return, and I also apparently left screen cap on. But yeah. Since you asked how much time you had, Kazi, does that mean you wish to claim time? Ooh. I also just realised I need to fill up on CP before going for this. Fair enough. Also, sorry if I seem like I'm hammering on it a bit today, but I feel like I have been a bit of an arse on the topic every so often, getting people to feel a bit bad about claiming time because I'm in the middle of something in a game. And I never want to make people feel that way, because obviously people have been immeasurably generous to me for ages now. And if I can't repay that generosity, what bloody good am I? And fair enough, Kazi. Suffice it to say, I just don't want people to feel bad about things. Because people are amazing. Like you, Kazi. You are amazing. And everyone else here, you are amazing. Yes, I could name more individual names, but frankly that would take forever. And I still don't understand how I got to the point of a community where it would take forever to name everyone's name for being amazing. But it's amazing! Anyway, that should be enough to recharge the fountain. Also, this isn't going to be doors. This is going to be main story continuation, and as noted, it's going to be a biggin'. At least, unless Star Door 9 is really short. Let me very quickly look it up. No, it's fairly long. Yeah, it's actually quite long. bit of backstory for Leela and Maya Maybell, Belaya. Yeah, exactly, Belaya. I just wanted to make sure that the warning was there, but not that people would feel bad about it. I mean, if I don't get around to it, I'll do the plot stuff next weekend, obviously. And yeah, that's a fairly lengthy one. So basically, it's a busy day, Asteria. Because you'll remember that every challenge for this particular plane of existence was set for us by the Schwarzritter. Oh, this music. Where are we? Looks like our friends prepped an arena to have our final battle in. Seems that way. I can sense someone waiting for us right at the top of the staircase. Someone really powerful. Let's go. It wasn't that bad. Oh wait, I think I remember the details. It was kind of stupid. Yes, this is a long staircase. Thankfully they interrupted at some point. Welcome, orphan of a lost village. Greetings also to you, one who seeks atonement for his past transgressions, a stigma forever at his back. Fair enough, Belaya. Sorry for the wait! Congratulations on moving your pieces this far across the game board. Should you defeat me, the final guardian, the end of this plane will finally be in sight. Of course, that is a very big if. Can I ask you one thing before we begin? Oh? Why? Why do you wear that mask and hide your face from us? What a foolish question. Because that is the will of my lord. What other reason could there possibly be? The real one? Joshua asking the wham questions here, folks. Your reason for being here is that the Lord of Phantasma wanted you to be. I don't doubt that. But you hiding your face from us isn't their will at all. Enough with the lies. Joshua. You all knew, huh? Sorry, my own inability to face reality has only made things harder for everyone. Fair enough, Belaya. There are some tropes that also don't sit too well with me either. Hey, don't try and shoulder all the blame for this yourself. I think we all had our doubts. I know I did. Yeah, Kevin's right. I figured it out from the moment we met. Just couldn't bring myself to say it. You seem to think you've worked something out, but I haven't got the faintest idea as to what. If you're so sure you're right, why not go ahead and say it? That is, if you feel you honestly have the resolve to do so. I won't. You won't? Why state the obvious when I'll see for myself after cracking that mask to bits anyway? Sorry. After cracking that mask to bits anyway. What matters most right now is if we can't defeat you, there's no future for any of us. So right now, I'm just going to leave who you really are out of the equation. Not because I'm afraid to face up to the truth or because I don't know what to do in the face of it, but because I must and will defeat you and overcome this trial before me. You're a hell of a stand-up guy, Joshua. I'm so proud of you. Heck yeah, I'm in. I suppose I don't mind playing backup. I didn't think that was all it took to get your fighting spirit back. Very well then, do as you will. Defeat me and break this mask. Black Dragon? Here we go. My name is Schwartzritter, Rider of the Black Dragon and Guardian of the Abyss. And in accordance to my pact with the Lord of Phantasma, I shall act as your next trial. Let the battle begin! Right, you got it. Okay, let's see. He only has 80,000 HP. Right, it's buff o'clock. Enjoy the lie down now. Oh, good. I forgot you start with an S-craft, because you're kind of an arsehole. Ow. The thing I hate most about this fight, Beliar, is the fact that Schwartzritter has absolutely no delay to his actions. He is absurdly fast. Which is why I'm buffing up my speed as much as I possibly can. Don't hit, Kevin. Don't hit. Thank you. Also, that's even with defense up. Oh! Closer than I would have liked it to be.
I'll save you. Yeah.
But that's everything set up for a fight. Everyone's sped up, everyone has strength and defense up. Kevin is in significant amount of pain.
I hold in my hand the chalice of heaven. May its holiest of lights act as our shield.
Love the music, by the way, again. Estelle's Impede is very useful. Okay, I would like you to be back to health. I know he's invulnerable for a while, but... this is a right bastard of a fight. I mean, true enough, not... Yes, I am singing along, shoot me. Nice try, Skippy. Yeah, I'm going to try to take down the robot first. It has lower health, and the less interference, the better. Oh, right, and he's immune to status down, so I can't even give him lower odds defense. Yep, yep. No, just gonna hit him normally. Ow. Ah, shit, her guard's out. Nice, that's solid damage though. Be with you in a second. Just pouring milk into my tea. Because I was home late, I didn't have time to make a full pot of tea, so it's a little bit jury-rigged. Oh, right. I forgot this thing has an arts canceller. Moreover, an AoE arts canceller. Thankfully, Kevin still had a turn of immunity. Ha! No. No, 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 no. Bad. Stop that. What did I just say? I suspect that's going to get interrupted, but I just said stop that, so stop it. Right, he can interrupt arts too. Now I remember what I hated most about this fight. Thankfully, I'm burning through that thing's HP fairly fast. Zero Storm? No, he's actually preparing arts. Donk. There are quite a few of them, but you can very much blindside yourself with a lack of impede, yeah. Ow. I think that's going to take out Big. Excellent. One down, one to go. Of course, he's the main threat, but at least his assist is down. You know what? Screw it, I'm playing it safe. Grail Sphere again.
I hold in my hand the chalice of heaven. May its holiest of lights act as our shield. Grail Sphere!
What would the handiest be here, since he can't be stabbed down? Yeah, at some point you just can't prevent his art cast. Oh, this is a dick move. He has a 10% health restore turn coming up. Yeah, how about no? I am stealing that 10% heal, thank you. Oh shit, right. I mean, he's got 80,000 HP. I'm not letting him heal a free 8,000 health. You know what? Let's vary up the spellcasting a little bit, just for spectacularity. What the hell am I saying? Bing! Nice catch! I'm sort of waiting for him to bust out another S-craft. I said S-craft, not an art. Which I can't impede. Shit, it's ground fire. Oh well. I impeded him with Joshua's attack! I'll take it! I forgot he had an impede quad. That's still not a guarantee, but you know what? I'll take it. Thank you. Donk. I'm getting really lucky here, by the way, because he's not doing anything really devastating. I had to speak, didn't I? I just had to. Well, focus fire time! Because, yeah, his copy can do anything he can do. No successful impede, damn. It's fairly randomized. I just got really lucky below. Impede didn't go off. Silverthorn, I guess? Oh, he's healing himself. Stop that. Stop that now. I need to take you down as quickly as possible because of your body double. Stop healing. Jerk. Stop it. Right, slice and dice him. Thank fuck for Grail Sphere, seriously. If that's not enough, Josh will finish it. I hope it's not enough, because Joshua finishing it off is very much in team. Oh, Jesus! Nope, that is way too much. My bad. It's someone who is considered to be similarly scary as Cassius Bright, though, Stripe. I mean, we do sort of ham up Cassius Bright's ability, even though he is absurdly strong. Also, holy shit, that experience. Ren's just going to sit there for a while and soak in the immense amount of extra power she's getting. She's quite okay with it. And yes, I know I can press a button to skip the experience gain, but what then would be the point? You know, it's almost a shame I was already at 9999 for most epic. Congratulations. You did as you said you would. You broke my mask. Hey, Louve. We were right then. It really is you.
I never thought I'd be so lucky to see you again. Not that I can imagine this reunion has much meaning for you at this point. You have no idea. I was scared, I think. I might have been given the chance to meet you again, but I knew from the start it was going to be short-lived. I knew I'd have to go through the pain of losing you a second time, so I tried to pretend I had no idea who you were to avoid it. That's why you ended up with that mask. It was my own weakness and inability to face up to the truth.
Hey, kebab thief.
Right?
Precisely that. I was summoned within this world to act as the final strongest guardian. That much you already know. It was the Lord of Phantasma who called me. But they weren't the one who decided I should wear this thing. That was likely all of you. This world changes as a result of one's thoughts and desires. It's not at all impossible for that to be the case.
I thought so.
Now, thanks to your efforts, my job here is finally done. To tell you the truth, with that dragon to support me, I didn't actually expect you to win.
I barely did. With everyone here by my side at that.
Well, working with others to achieve a goal isn't a sign of weakness. You've become a lot stronger too, Estelle Bright. I'm impressed. You've still got some way to go before you can equal your father, though. Yeah, but again, that's setting the bar ridiculously high, Louvet.
No doubt. I won't get there by rushing things. Just gotta keep at it one step at a time. And as long as I have Joshua, I'm sure I'll get there eventually. Estelle.
I hope you will.
As for you, Ren, I never even had the chance to say goodbye to you the first time, did I? I'm sorry. I wouldn't have chosen to leave you that way. It's not your fault. Besides, if you and Joshua hadn't stepped in and saved me, I'd still be alone today. So I'm not mad. I'll always be grateful to you.
Thank you.
Under any other circumstances, I'd ask for you to pat my head one last time, but those claws of yours look like they'd kind of hurt, so maybe it's better if you didn't.
It's kind of adorable, in my opinion. I'm sorry there, too. So, Kevin Graham, can you finally have complete confidence in your theory?
Yeah, every last shred of doubt in my mind is gone. I'll make sure everyone you care about gets home safe and sound. You can count on it, Louvet.
In that case, count on you I shall. I think this goes without saying, but the Lord of Phantasma is no ordinary foe. This won't be easy for you, but don't mistake what you need to do.
Thanks. I'll take the warning to heart. I guess this is it, huh?
I'm afraid so. I can finally return to where I belong.
Yeah. I delivered your sword to Karen, by the way.
Thank you. Don't worry about us. We'll be resting in peace together. Well, Joshua?
Yeah. Goodbye, Louvet.
There's no way I wouldn't bring this party. Of all the people against Louvet, about the only one I might replace is Estelle with Agate, purely because Agate also has a lot of beef with Louvet. But they deserve this closure. Ren especially for the, well, all the shit she went through.
Louvet. Joshua, I'm fine. This was always how this was going to end. Besides, the last time I lost him, all I did was act like a child who couldn't let go and worry him in his final moments. This time I was actually able to properly say goodbye. Yeah. I'm really glad. Well, I've done what I needed to do now. I'll leave everything to you now, Kevin.
No problem.
Now that we've defeated the final Guardian, that path along the scenic route should now be open. Let's head on over. The one leading to the Royal Villa, right? Got it.
But yeah, I really like this part of the storytelling. It's just extremely well executed. And yes, I know I can teleport away, I think. Yes, I can. No, I can't, actually. I need to walk out manually. Never mind. Yeah, this is a hard fight. There we go, back to the Black Ark. Because if memory serves, this summoning circle vanishes now and gets replaced by a door. Hey, where'd the warp circle go? And this is a big one, story-wise. It's not the bad one, don't worry, Cassie. But this is a big one. What? Well, that's for... Sorry, I need to quote Mr. Popo from Dragon Ball Z Abridged here, don't I? Well, that's fucking ominous! Actually, thinking about it, it's possible it was this door that was here first and the warp appeared later and took its place. I know. That makes sense. But it's still a doozy of a story bit. I think this one requires you to have cleared every other door. All is one and one is all. All begins with one, and in the end it returns to one. In the end every heart returns to the darkness from whence it came! Shut up, Ansem. Only when you have released all of the other doors shall this one open. Well, I've got 2 doors left, so we're nearly there anyway. Star Door 9, but I'm saving that for next time. And of course, Star Door 15. Technically, I've already cleared all Sun doors for that. The Grancel Arena one, including the Nightmare Arena, actually, if you've cleared the first round, that's enough for the requirements of this door, thankfully. It's why I never finished off the fishing minigame, because I could already open this one. McTribble, you missed a fantastic opportunity for a double pun. You could have done that, but you didn't. Sometimes. Okay, let me quickly go restore my CP to maximum again. In case you're wondering why I fight here, by the way, the fountain that restores your CP basically refills every 5 or 6 fights, so I just go to the very first plane to quickly recharge it. I'm tapping one-handed, single puns only. Fair enough. Some places even said you can just run. No, it's based on encounter numbers. That should be good. But yeah, is there a reason why you're typing one-handed, McTribble? I hope it's nothing too bad. I'm not fighting Shining Palms anymore, Kebab Thief. Firstly, Kazi would dismember me, and secondly, there's only one Shining Palm location left, and I can't reach it yet. We'll get to it, don't worry. Okay, we have maxed out on CP. What to bring for this, though? I mean, I need Reese.
Let's go.
Your aid, please.
Actually,
Piece of cake.
I think I'm just going to bring Estelle and Joshua.
You ready?
It'll be explained. But on that note, I now have a moment to prepare for the next big story bit. Last call for time claims, folks. Because once I start this, I'm not stopping. Oh, Jesus, McTribble, I didn't know that. And if you had told me before, I'm really sorry about the not remembering. That's a heck of a nasty consequence. Sorry to hear that. I finished the fishing minigame, Kebab Thief. And I say this with love and affection for you always being here and always being nice and amazing. But fuck you! And I mean that in the nicest possible way. I'm fine. But yeah, McTribble, I really hope that the healing process goes well. That's a plus. At least you can still function normally. Genuinely happy for you. I think I am going to upgrade to the Tabernacle. I'm gonna need it. Sounds like it was just a nasty side effect, yeah. Fair enough, Cassie. Cheers. And yeah, again, I just don't want people to feel alienated from the whole time plane thing, because you guys are always amazing and always deeply, deeply, deeply generous. And I want to repay you somehow. Okay, no, he's at the best possible weapon. Right! Is it time for OP gear? Not quite yet. Yeah, there are some really rare, very nasty side effects, sadly. Frankly, as with every medicine. It really sucks when people get hit by them, but... Ugh. I just feel bad for those who get hit by them. I think that's the best way of putting it. Right. Now, this isn't the heavy trigger stuff that I would have suggested Cassie leave for, but this is still heavy. Missed? Well, once again, we're in for some fun times up ahead. No telling what it could be, but we'll have to walk through there eventually. Just take a deep breath and step inside, I guess. Whee! Wow, I didn't know that, Kebab Thief. That's also sucky. Where... I knew it. Where are we now? This doesn't look like Herba Royal Villa. Oh, you're right. This music never fails to tug at my heartstrings. Wait, isn't that the church's emblem? Kevin. Welcome to Astor House. The place where Reese, Rufina, and I grew up together. So, who's ready for Kevin's backstory? Fair. That is very fair, Belial. No worries, Cassie. Like I said, this stuff gets heavy, and if you're sensitive to some of these things, they would get heavy. They aren't on the level that I would classify Stardor 15 as. That one I will definitely suggest you leave for. This one I think you should be fine for, but it is heavy. Yeah, I miss Kevin in the later Trails games. This is only a copy of Astor House, yes? It looks so...
Yeah, I can barely bring myself to accept it's not the real thing. Everything from the feel of the earth underfoot to the smells in the air are just like the real thing.
My second shot kind of knocked me out for a bit. It wasn't bad, but I was definitely a bit sickish, a bit groggy, a bit blur for a couple days after. But nothing spectacular.
Yeah. So this is where the two of you grew up, huh? I'm guessing this is somewhere owned by the Septian Church, right?
That's right. It's what's called a gospel facility. Think of them as a cross between an orphanage and a monastery.
I see. So, does that mean... Well, no reason to dance around it, so yep, I'm an orphan. And how I came to be here is a story best saved for another day. Feels weird being back here again, though. It's been about 5 years.
Oh right, they're suggesting a third shot sometimes.
5 very long years.
Well, anyway, we're bound to find some kind of clue as to how we got to get to the 7th plane somewhere in here. You guys up for having a look around the area with me?
Yeah, let's go.
Figures.
Is it locked?
Yeah. Well, whatever. We can keep poking around. I get the impression that the UK Health Board isn't the most competent lot. The door is stuck fast and doesn't have a keyhole. How does this door open?
This is a side entrance that only opens from the inside. We can't get in from the outside.
Yeah, if we want to get into the chapel, we're going to have to go through the front.
There's an empty well. We used to get our drinking water out of here.
Jesus Christ. I literally had to go to a website, fill in my information, and got told, okay, we've got appointment times for you then, and then. I selected one, immediately got told when my second one would be, and done. Literally, it was 5 minutes. I'm sorry to hear that your situation is shit. Oh, that's also a problem. I mean, that one I won't blame on the doctors. We had no fancy orbital pumps either. We did it all using a good old-fashioned bucket with string attached. It was a nightmare.
Tell me about it. We'd go out on winter mornings and come back with our hands numb and red raw. But looking back on the whole experience now, it was fun in its own way.
I guess it was. The music you're hearing, by the way, does not indicate any kind of tragic events at all, obviously. Clearly.
What's this room?
I'm going to say the conference hall where all the orphans held massive meetings on the fate of the world.
This is the living room where we used to have all of our meals.
Just don't make the mistake of thinking it was a warm place like Mercy Orphanage. The matron here was a stubborn old sister who was strict as could be. Every mealtime we had to pray so much that our stomachs had given up on getting fed by the end of it. And we got yelled at for the tiniest thing. Thank you for clarifying, Cassie.
Ouch, that does sound harsh.
That sounds about like what you'd expect from a church-run orphanage, though, I suppose.
You deserved it all, in my opinion. You never did as you were told and caused her nothing but grief.
Okay, I'll admit that's probably accurate, but still. Reese wasn't a problem child. Clearly.
I can't remember if this is immediate. Oh, right, this is the exit.
There's bread there! Grab it! As you can probably guess, here's the kitchen. This is where the older children of the facility did the cooking. It was also Reese's favourite place to sneak into whenever she had a hankering for some food. Kevin! Huh? She did, huh? That makes sense, knowing you. There's a side I can hardly imagine. Please don't take everything he says at face value. Well, anyway, this was always Rufina's turf back when she was still here. I'll keep that in mind, Kebab Thief. She was always out here around mealtime making food for me, Reese, and the other kids. After she left, Reese and I took over her position. That brings back memories. Of course, then you left too, leaving me to handle it all alone. The mere thought aggravates me. In fact, I think you should whip up something right now to make up for your selfishness. Yes, ma'am. I'll make you something later. The only thing less reliable than a promise with later attached to the end is one said by you. I'm not going to get my hopes up. Man, no faith in me, huh? I mean, Kevin does deserve it fairly frequently, Travels. My guild sent this person 300 crusty bread one at a time as a joke. Oh, for God's sake. Ah, well, it could be worse. I'm reminded of one of my guild members in World of Warcraft, Sumerian. Good guy, but at one point he wanted to buy 10 crit gems, or as he kept calling them, crit gems, because yay accent, but accidentally bought 1,000. It was forever offering people, do you need a crit gem? He was kind of desperate to get rid of them. This was the matron's room. No one's here now, though. Yeah. By the way, Reese, how is the matron these days? She's fine. Her injuries weren't lasting. She hasn't had the energy she used to ever since retiring, unfortunately. She really wanted to see you again, Kevin. She did, huh? The injuries thing will be explained. This here's the kid's bedroom. I slept here back when I was first taken in before graduating to the boys' bedroom. We never really did mix well with the other children. Rufina had such a hard time trying to get you to make friends with them. It was a real ordeal for her, you know. Yeah, I know. I was like a little hedgehog who didn't want to let anyone get near back then. I feel sorry for everyone who had to put up with me. I'm still amazed you even bothered trying to be friendly. Well, I knew you were only playing tough. Like that time with Rufina and the chocolate. Stop! We're not hearing that story here! No, I'm really curious. Yeah, Kevin does not want to break down and cry, I think. I wonder what happened. This is the boys' bedroom, where I slept until I was about 10 years old. Technically, the boys and girls weren't supposed to enter one another's bedrooms. That never stopped Reese from doing it all the time, though. What he neglects to mention is that it was his fault I did so. What else was I supposed to do when he slept in every morning when he was in cleaning duty? Oh, that is rough. Well, you could have just knocked on the door until I got up. Then I'd disturb the other boys who were sleeping, which would have been unfair. They weren't the ones shirking their duties. It was 100% your fault. Fine, whatever you say. This is the girls' bedroom. The place where Rufina spent her nights. Same for you eventually too, Reese. I even used to sleep with her from time to time. Phrasing! Her bed was always cozy and smelled really nice. It was much nicer than sleeping in my own. After she left here, her bed became mine. I bet you were jealous. You bet. I was at the time, I'll admit. No, I thought you'd be a little more flustered than that. I shouldn't have bothered saying anything. Give me a break. Okay, I've checked everywhere, but where's the key again? Was it here? No. We're not doing the Helsing Ultimate Abridged joke here. It's been a while, okay? And no, I don't. Unless it's just a case of interact again. No, don't. That was it. The game is very particular in how to trigger this scene. There was no sign of anything in there. Our last hope seems to be the chapel. So it seems. What is it, Kevin? Hey, Reese. You were the one responsible for cleaning the chapel that day, right? What day? On Lasharus's final day, when Rafina died. Kevin? You don't think? That was what I was told when I went to visit the matron afterward, at least. Well, were you? Yeah. I was. Why? Thought so. Check your pockets, Reese. I'm pretty sure the chapel key's in one of them. Huh? Reese began checking the pockets of her habit. Eventually, she found an old brass key. It can't be! No way! I see now. I guess this is just another manifestation of Phantasma's ability to make thoughts into reality. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure you'd find it in there. But in all the other areas on this plane, there was always a reason to take the person we needed with us. Yeah, if you try to enter here without Reese, you just get turned around. This just goes to show that you really were meant to come here, Reese. But... No, as disbelieving as I am, this is definitely the chapel's key. Suppose all we can do right now is try to go inside. Yeah. I wonder if Kazi's back yet. I kinda don't want her to miss this. I don't want anyone to miss this, for obvious reasons. How to test in 1 easy steps. I'm good with this. Actually... Didn't I have another Divine Eye already? Oh wait, I think I handed it out. Seems it, yeah. Yeah, I already gave it to someone. But yeah, the moment I enter the chapel, we learn a lot about Kevin's history, and oh dear applies. But just to give Kazi a chance to return, I need a toilet break anyway, so I'm going to take a very quick break in the middle. I'll be back in just another minute. And I return. At least I assume, am I on the right screen? Excellent, thank you. Oh god, hiccups, good timing. But yeah, we've just explored the rest of Astor House. Kevin and Reese brought back some old memories from when they were here in the orphanage. And we found the key to enter the chapel.
Before we go in here, Reese, there's something I should warn you about. Once we step through that door, there'll be no going back.
Hey, Boris.
You're gonna find out the truth about what happened that day. All of it. And you won't like it.
Just this part of the story, Cassie.
You sure you're ready for what you're about to find?
I'm more than ready. All these years, I've never been quite able to accept what happened here. The life I thought I knew just suddenly came to an end, with us all getting moved to other places, and I still don't even know why. I even tried to come back here just before beginning my training to become a squire, but it had already been demolished. I've been ready for a long time. I want to know the truth. And more than anything, I feel like knowing will let me get closer to you and Rafina.
Okay. Let's head on in then.
Right. Should the rest of us wait outside for this?
No, actually I'd prefer if you came in with me. This is relevant to you guys too, in a sense.
Also, this place is kind of pretty.
It all started 5 years ago. A Jaeger Corps someone had hired took this place over out of nowhere.
Yeah, essentially, Beliar.
By the way, how much do you remember of that day, Reese? Just so I know.
I just remember a group of men in black forcing their way through the gate and charging in here. They tied everyone up, took the matron up to the second floor, and then...
Next thing you knew, you were in a bed in the hospital in town, right? After which you found out that Rafina and I had come to rescue everyone, and that she had died in the process. Is that about right?
Mm-hmm. Just what happened, Kevin? All I've heard is that it was the work of someone who opposed the church. I haven't had a chance to meet you since then, much less ask you about it. I tried asking Instructor Selnut, but she wouldn't say a word.
That doesn't surprise me. The Gralsritter commander can't admit this orphanage was being used as a smokescreen for an artifact that needed sealing away.
I mean, that's a bombshell and then some. It what?
Here we go.
A secret passage. Wait! If there was an artifact here, you don't mean...
Yep. Below here is a primal ground used to seal artifacts away. Just like the one under Grandsill Cathedral.
No, it's rather more grim.
I'm sure you remember. The day it all happened, Rafina and I were due to come back here for the first time in a while.
And, Beliar, you could say it's asset reuse. I choose to believe that it's simply a case of all primal grounds were built to very exact specifications. Grimmer. But let's get on.
We were both coming from different places we'd been sent, so we wanted to meet up in town and come the rest of the way here together. But then a train was delayed, leaving me in town to wait for her alone. That was when I got word of what happened.
Grimmer.
All I could think was that you and the other kids were in danger, and so I decided to try and take out the Jaegers here alone. They weren't all that experienced, so fighting them wasn't even hard for a squire like me. Before long, I was able to disable them all and free the matron and the other kids. Or so I thought. You were nowhere to be seen. I asked the other kids where you were. They told me one of the Jaegers had taken you somewhere else and that you were unconscious. I looked frantically all over trying to find you before eventually stumbling across this place. As for how... You remember how you didn't have your ribbon in your hair when you woke up, Reese? I do. What does that have to do with anything? I found that ribbon in front of the secret passage we've just gone through. And there were new footprints near it too. Made it easy to find the entrance. Oh. Anyway. After getting in here, I made my way down this staircase in pursuit of the Jaeger that had taken you.
Yeah, I mean, lore-wise it would make sense for the primal grounds to be built to very exacting specifications to make sure they work properly. But yeah, hence why the matron was injured.
Hey, Reese. Do you remember what I was like back when you first met me?
Yeah.
I was still young at the time, but it's as fresh as if it were only yesterday. You looked like you'd been swallowed by blackness, like there wasn't a single thread of hope bound to you. It was scary. I kept wondering what must have happened to you, what you must have seen to make you end up that way. What must have happened to me, huh? Rafina seemed like she knew. Before I met you, I killed my mom. Maybe killed isn't the right expression. It's not like I directly did it. Still let her die, though. Still got a responsibility for what happened.
Yeah, no worries, Kazi. Sorry, I actually forgot that this line had happened. Perfectly fine. And if you're still hearing me, seriously sorry. I forgot that this particular line also happened here. Hunt, can you pass along the apology bit as well? Because I feel like an arse now. I completely forgot about this particular part of the story. Just giving her, okay. Just giving her a couple moments to get away. I should have thought of it, to be perfectly honest, Kazi. I know it's not exactly anything like your situation, but it's still... Well, to say it's a delicate subject is an understatement. Anyway, continuing this segment of the story in 5 seconds.
Growing up, it was basically me and my mom for the most part. My father showed his face from time to time, but not that much. From what I understand, he had another family somewhere.
Also, however dark this part of the story is, can I just note that young Kevin was freaking adorable?
Hey, Cavader. But, even without him, she did her best to look after me on her own. I loved her dearly. Kids in the neighborhood used to make fun of me for how I talked, which I got from her, but I just beat them up most of the time. She was always kind, she loved cooking, and yeah, I thought the world of her. When I was 7, my father, who had all the money in the world, chose to abandon her. At the best of times, she was always a frail person, and after that she grew more and more despondent. Her health suffered, I tried everything a kid could do to cheer her up, and nothing I did worked. And during one winter's day, when she must have finally had enough, she came over while I was sleeping and tried to strangle me. I'm so sorry, Kevin. I failed as your mother. But I'm so tired. I'm so tired. At least this way the two of us can... I guess she figured that if we were both going to suffer, we might as well take the easy way out as a family. But I wouldn't let her take me with her. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd pushed her aside and ran barefoot out into the snow. I wandered around for a while after that. I couldn't understand what had happened or what she'd been trying to do. Eventually, I could feel myself getting hungry. I thought that maybe she'd been able to clear her head. I made my way back home, nervous as could be, and... Sorry for making you listen to all this. Still, I think that's probably when it happened. When my stigma was carved inside me. What?
For the moment, I think the mother backstory is over, but I don't remember if it gets brought up in the coming conversation. Belia, Drevel? Drevels? Yeah, it does get referenced, but nothing more than a quick reference. I think it's fairly safe for Cassie to return, because the rest of the backstory, as noted, is still very grim, but delves more into recent past. That might be a better idea, Hunt. Yeah. Where are we? Who would have thought a place like this existed under an orphanage? This was where I finally caught up to the Jaeger who had you with him. He probably didn't think anyone was going to come after him. Second he saw me, he panicked. Putting his gun down, he ran over to this pedestal right in front of us. On it was the artifact that required sealing away I mentioned earlier. The Spear of Loa. Remember his S-craft? Which is called the Spear of Loa? Right. What's the Spear of Loa? A malignant spear that transforms the body of its wielder into that of a monster. It's hard to believe something like that could be a gift from the goddess, right? In any case, the cornered Jaeger grabbed it and used it. I didn't stand a chance. Much as I tried, I wasn't any match for the inhuman monster before me. He knocked me to the ground, and then we went to raise the spear against the still unconscious you. That's all it took. My stigma drew all of the spear's power from it into itself, and blasted it, magnified countless times over into the Jaeger's body. The result wasn't even a battle. Our previous and precious home became a slaughterhouse. By the end,
He wasn't even recognizable, just thousands of lumps of flesh strewn all over the floor. After defeating him, my stigma's power was still coursing through my body. I never experienced anything like that before. I lost complete control of myself. At this point, Rufina arrived, and she seemed to understand exactly what had happened. Using her bowgun and Templar sword, she was able to separate me from you and prevent me from doing you any harm. And then... When I returned to my senses, I was in her arms, dumbfounded. Her body was full of holes all over, but she hugged me as tightly as she could. That's when she drew her last breath. No. There it is, the truth you wanted. It wasn't that I couldn't save Rufina. I was the one who killed her. With my own hands, right in front of you.
But you didn't...
I didn't want to. Maybe not, but that's just an excuse. If I'd been able to control my stigma's power instead of letting it consume me and fill me with bloodlust, it wouldn't have happened. If I wasn't so weak, she'd still be alive today. It's not all either. Looking at her standing before me at that moment, she reminded me of my mother. She reminded me of Mom when she came to strangle me. Suddenly this feeling of betrayal welled up inside me, this desire for revenge, so I filled her full of spears. I loved them both. I wanted to protect them both. What did I do? I killed them both. Me. Why did you... Why did I what?
Why didn't you tell me this before? 5 years apart, and this is the first time you're telling me this.
Sorry. I know I should have done it earlier. But now I have, and I'm ready for the consequences. So go on. If you want to avenge her, do it. If anything, it'd make me happy if you did.
You're so stupid!
What are you...
You think I want to avenge her? That's not why I'm angry at all. Why have you shouldered a burden that great all this time, all on your own? We're family, Kevin. Why didn't you ever talk to me? Why didn't you ever let me hug you? Why didn't you let me do anything to help you?
Reese... I
finally understand. I always thought you were hunting down heretics as some kind of atonement for letting Rufina die. But that's not it at all, is it?
Come on, Reese.
I finally understand. You don't want to atone for anything. You don't want to get rid of your sense of guilt at all. You...
That's right. He wants to be punished for what he did. Okay, now I'm pretty sure the mother mentions are over.
Oh, the Lord of Phantasma? Why now of all times?
You have my congratulations on making it this far. Beyond here lies the seventh plane, the place of my birth, and the foundation of all planes thereafter. Thought so. And judging by how we have to go through here to get there... I was right, wasn't I?
Right about what?
Allow me to ask you once again. So, Kevin Graham,
Do you really want to see the face underneath this mask?
Damn right I do. It's time to take that creepy mask thing and take off that creepy mask thing and show us who you really are. Rufina Argent!
With pleasure. Neither, Hunt. Rufina! I've missed you dearly, Reese. And as for you, Kevin, I'm impressed you were able to work out my real identity.
It wasn't hard. I had a feeling from the start. The answer was right in front of my face the whole time, and your every taunt should have made me more sure. The only reason I couldn't be until now was because I didn't want to accept the truth.
Quite. You always were a weakling. You can imagine how surprised I was when you were able to defeat my strongest knight.
You talking about the Blade Lord? What connection does he even have to you, anyway?
I met him through my work, about 6 years ago. We were enemies at the time, but we managed to reach a compromise of sorts, and he felt he owed me a debt for as much.
All right. So you ended up summoning him in order to have him repay it. It's a crafty move, but that's not so out of character for you.
A flattery won't get you anywhere with me. Still, now that you've made it this far, I assume you understand what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. And I'm ready. Take me away.
Wait! What are you two talking about? I would have thought you worked the answer to that out already, Reese. Do you recall what I said before? Kevin wants to be punished. Then you... I was born here in order to give him the punishment he strives for with his every breath. I don't think it actually gets mentioned, Beliar. It's never really made clear what this meeting of these two was. So you're a veteran still, Beerforce? It was to that end that I recreated Phantasma into its current form and welcomed all of you here. All of this was a result of Kevin's desires. He wanted this to happen. You're lying!
Sorry, she isn't. I couldn't tell you why it all actually happened, but what she says is true.
No.
The seventh plane is likely somewhere made for the express purpose of punishing me over and over. A fitting hell for someone who let his own mother die and killed Rufina to suffer and rot. Once I'm dropped down there, this will all be over.
Wait a second, why should you have to do that?
You can't be serious, Kevin!
Reese? What do you think you're doing, Reese? Yeah, that's not a very nice thing to do to your sister. Shut up! You are not my sister! My sister would never do something like this, never!
Reese.
You promised me, Kevin. You promised me that you'd never do anything that'd make Rufina sad. So what do you think you're doing? How can you believe sacrificing yourself for everyone would make her happy?
Reese, stop.
Who are you to say it wouldn't? I might not be the real Rufina, but I'm a very close copy of her. If Kevin wants to be punished, why wouldn't I want to give him his wish? Because that's not how Rufina was at all! She'd never indulge something like that, not in 1,000 years! Think back to when you first met us, Kevin. You'd given up on the world like you just wanted to disappear, but did she let you do that? No! She forced chocolate down your throat and dragged you right back into the real world, even when you didn't want to, whether you liked it or not.
She... I...
Well, this is a surprise. You've grown a lot more than I was expecting if you're able to talk back to me. Stop talking to me as if you're my sister! You are not, and I won't stand for you defiling her any further!
Well, if that's how you want to do things, perhaps I should invite you in Kevin's place.
Me? No!
The rest of you can stand by and watch.
What? It's just like the one that devil used! Reese, stop this, Rafina! She's got nothing to do with any of this!
Oh, but she has. Consider this another part of your punishment. After all, if she suffers for all eternity in your place, that's going to make your suffering all the more potent, isn't it?
Please, go ahead and do your worst!
Oh?
Reese, drop me wherever you like. I'll live. I'm never going to let Kevin be alone again. I will come back to him.
Fighting words, my sweet sister. We shall see whether you can make good on them.
Go on my throat.
Kevin?
They really make this engine work.
Hey. Hey, Reese. Wake up. Kevin? You okay? Feeling any pain? No, I'm okay. I think. But why are you... I fell through that crack alone. So why are you...
You big dummy!
Me?
What were you thinking with all that taunting? Go ahead and do your worst? Drop me wherever you like, I'll live? Just how do you know you'll live? Oh right, you don't!
But...
You're a squire, aren't you? A rookie like you with no experience or proper judgment has no business making calls that put her own safety at risk. If you can't promise to never do that again, then you and I both know you're not cut out to be part of the Grosritter.
That's probably what I should be saying anyway. But it'd be real rich coming from me, huh? So I'll let you off with that little bob there. Huh? Look around us. This is it. This is the 7th plane. Wow.
Hello and welcome to Gehenna, as in literally hell.
Gehenna? Yep, it's just like the Testaments brought to life, and I'm the one responsible for bringing it all.
Wow, Hunt. So basically, when I start Zero Mission, when I start Metroid Dread, I'm going to suffer, Beer Force. Is that about it?
Oh, after all, if there's one place that's possible, it's Phantasma. I don't know how Rafina came back, but she did, with both memories and personality intact. And now I have the good fortune of being punished by one of the very people I wronged. I really couldn't think of a more fitting punishment for a bastard like me. Everything she said was dead on. More than anything, I wanted to be punished. I figured that by accepting that punishment, all of this would be done, and everyone else could go back to their lives. I thought I'd be just like her, sacrificing my own life so everyone else could be saved. But that wouldn't make me like her at all, would it? No. She might have given up her life to save ours, but that wasn't because she was happy to throw away her life to protect someone else's. It was because she saw literally no other option.
With me unconscious, she didn't even have the choice to retreat. There was no way out of the situation without one of the three of us losing our lives. That's the only reason she chose to do what she did. Yeah. She was never the kind of person who would praise self-sacrifice as some kind of virtue. She'd only ever accept it as an option if all the others had been exhausted and it was truly the only way. Right, but this time that's not the case. You're here, I'm here, all of our friends are here. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we could have found another way out of here. One where no one would have to die. You must have realized that, and yet you tried to take the easy way out. Didn't you? I hate to say it, but yeah, I did. It's a pretty shameful thing for a Dominion to be doing, huh? See? I've got no right to be criticizing you. I'm even less fit to be a knight than you. Still, standing around lamenting my own failings isn't going to get us anywhere. So if you're up for walking, let's get ourselves out of here. Come again? What are you looking so surprised for? You didn't think I was going to stay here and accept being punished for all eternity, did you? Well, either that or stay here and wait for Rufina to show up again. Listen here, Reese. I'm not going to deny that there's a part of me, a big part, that wants to be punished for what I did. Or that there's part of me that was overjoyed to see Rufina again, however it came to be. But I'm not alone down here. You're here with me, and believe me, that changes everything. As long as you're here, I'm not staying in this hellhole a second longer than I have to. We're getting out of here, you and me, no matter what it takes. Right. Okay, now Cassie definitely can come back. Because the scene is over. Hunt, if you would. That works too, but if Cassie's turned her volume way down, she won't hear it. Welcome back, Cassie. Allow me to give you a very strongly abridged summary of what has been discussed, and keep it as sanitized as possible. Kevin's past aside, one of the other reasons why he was struggling so much is because Rufina's passing was essentially at Kevin's own hands. He was out of control after absorbing the power of an incredibly powerful artifact that was secretly stored below the orphanage, and essentially went completely berserk. Rufina arrived just in time to try to stop Kevin from harming Reese, but sadly had to sacrifice her own life in the process. Kevin's been blaming himself for all of that shit that happened to him all the time, and essentially wanted to be punished. That's the main reason why this entire realm came into being, and why we now know the true identity of the Lord of Phantasma, a replica of Rufina Argent, the sister of Reese. In other words, Kevin desired being punishment, and his desire for that shaped Phantasma around him. Then Rufina decided that Reese was stepping in a little bit too much and decided, you know what, it'd be much more efficient if I punish Reese for all eternity, because it'd make you feel even more shit. Because Rufina did that, Kevin dove into hell after Reese to stop this from happening, because obviously he wants to suffer, he doesn't want anyone else to suffer. That's the briefest and least confrontational summary I can give. And we have literally fallen into Gehenna, into hell, which was the place Phantasma had provided to punish Kevin. There's still some more fucked up stuff coming up, and there is one where I will tell you to leave. Because what we're going to be doing here in Gehenna is we're going to be fighting a number of shades from Kevin's past. Including that one. So, for that one, I know when it is. I'll ask you to go. Not out of malice, but because I suspect you'd be happier to not be there for that. Is that fair, Cassie? And I keep this sanitized enough? Very good. And again, you said that I shouldn't feel sorry because you didn't expect it to... Also this music, by the way. Because you didn't expect it to hit home so hard, but I should have remembered that part of his history being explained here. I thought it was only going to be concerning Rufina's death. Yeah. And I rather suspect that my voicing didn't help there either, because I very much try to put as much emotion into it all as I can. Yeah. Do you want the quick, non-heavily voice-acted summary of what happened there? Because it was obviously a lot different than him actually doing the deed himself, as it were. Wow, that was very awkwardly phrased. This music is so good, by the way. That's why I'm asking Hunt, why I'm not saying it. There's also that, yes. Fair enough. Suffice it to say, his mother passed away, not directly due to his own actions, but he's felt responsible for that his entire life. It got massively compounded on by the fact that, well, Rufina basically did die at his hands because he went completely out of control with the power of his stigma. Also, the artifact that was kept underneath the orphanage was the Spear of Loa. Essentially, his stigma absorbed the entire power of that artifact. So, yeah. Shit be fucked, yo. That is his S-craft.
Keep it up.
But yeah, there are 3 bosses here. Oh, by the way, another fun fact about Gehenna. In case you were wondering just how serious this part of the story is... Oh, one moment. Fucking hell, I should have sold off some items. I mean, this music is also kind of a clue that this shit is tragic, which it very much is. But, do you want to know just how serious this part is? There are no treasure chest phrases. I'm just going to let that sink in for a bit. There are no treasure chest phrases here. They will be returning a little bit later on, but the entirety of Gehenna just has the chest is empty.
Stay alert. This ain't over.
But I really hope I did the voicing of that scene justice to everyone else here, because Jesus Christ, this part of the story is incredibly well written and incredibly emotional in my opinion. Yeah, I think it would have caused too much mood whiplash, especially because we are not done with the Grim. I already equipped that. Luckily, the regular fights here are fairly easy, mostly because it's just you and Reese.
Take that! Take that! Stay alert.
Cheers, Cassie.
This ain't over.
No, I don't want to get a non-back attack. I want to stay as full of health as I possibly can. So fun.
Goddess, my thanks to thee.
Also, this is why I wanted to bring Reese when I explored the last bit of the Black Ark, purely to get a bit of extra experience. And I still check all chests out of complete habit, because, obviously. Cosmic gear. Phenomenal cosmic power! Itty bitty sleeves. I stand by that joke, damn it! No, I'd rather have the agility and defense. I never carried over my character levels on New Game Plus, Boris. I only carried over my quartz setups. And my equipment, but I didn't equip my most powerful stuff. So that not every fight here would be a massive curb stomp.
Take that! Stay alert.
Yeah, I'm kind of overleveled. But I'm sure you guys can understand why I did not want to interrupt this part of the story. Sorry. I decided I really need to get over my embarrassment at yelling and crying noises in-game, in voicing. So, now's as good a time to start as any, I suppose.
Kevin Graham, you son of a bitch. How dare you?
Yes, I am.
What?
One of the heretics I killed, huh?
Damn right I am. I'm Owen, the first of so many lives you claimed.
Owen? He was a bishop in the Congregation for Divine Worship. He was also the one who hired those Jaegers to attack Astor House, all as a pathetic act of revenge after being exiled for corruption. I think what's most grim is that it has an arrow stuck in his back. Not in his front, in his back. Him?
Like he said, he was my first target after taking up my role as heretic hunter. I never thought I'd have the chance to see your ugly mug again. How does it feel to crawl around in this flaming pit for all eternity, unable to even die to break free from it all?
Nice, Rayman Legend is yay.
It's hot. It hurt. I hate it. I hate it. It's hot. I hate it. I hate. I hurt. Hate. Help me. Hot. Hate. Pain. Hate. Help. Help.
Okay, I am running out of speed here. Suffice it to say, he's not doing too hot.
What a pitiful sight you are now. Well, hey, I guess you've suffered enough that I can put you out of your misery. No more heat or suffering for you. Just a quick death and eternal rest as a grimoire.
I mean, that's 2 arrows in his back, actually. Also, he's green now. Let's see, that's no real problem. Perfect. I think you just went out of red. Ew. But yeah, Cavator, you got here for at least most of the what the fuckery. Ow. I forgot they explode.
Take that!
Oh, right.
I'll save you.
I'm also immune to Lahi, mostly because I barely heard it. Yeah, let's speed it up.
Servants of the goddess. Come down and purify this blackened earth. Thy will shall be as light, and if thou art truly suppliant guardians, grant me strength.
Yeah, I'm afraid you did miss that one. I feel like a bit of an arsehole though, because Kevin's history with his mother was also brought up here, and I completely forgot about it, so I made Caddy this time. God damn it. Nope.
May 1,000 thorns adorn your flesh with despair. May you be as garbage, ignorant and alone. Strike! Unholy spears of time!
Yeah, especially if they blow up. Oh, nice. That's actually quite a good craft. Kevin. Alright, let's keep this up. I doubt we're near the exit just yet. We can't dawdle here for too long.
Take that! Stay alert. This ain't over.
I'm still thinking about the Switch OLED, but I have too many things I'm saving up for at the same time.
Take that!
Oh, pitiful souls, may you rest in peace.
Oh, I know, Boris, but this is fine too. Oi, spoilers! Wonder if they're weak to that. Yes, they are. Good. Well, I do still intend to play Metroid Dread myself, so you know.
Take that! Stay alert. This ain't over.
Don't worry about it, Hunt. But yeah, as noted, you know how serious it is that every chest phrase is now just the chest is empty. On the plus side, I'm building up CP fairly
My
quickly.
thanks to thee.
Oh shit, I went the wrong way. Also, do I have a better CP regen item for you? Yes, I do. Excellent. Fair enough. Just, yeah, being very wary of spoilers. Maximum amount of turns for maximum CP regen. There you go. God damn it, Kazi. Yeah, that's fair, Bear Force. For me, I tend to swap around, so it's not really a huge priority. It'd be nice, but as I noted before, my first priority is replacing these two ancient screens. Just for giggles, I looked it up. One moment. See if I can quickly find them. Oh yeah, here we go. My screen has been available since February 2009. It's getting on a bit. You know, a bit. It also has a refresh rate of 5 milliseconds, which, by comparison for more modern gaming screens, is kinda pathetic. Good grief, Travels, really? Just... whatever. You're allowed to joke around, but really? Yeah, I just need a new screen, because my other screen is an off-brand one that I have no idea what even the model is, so I don't know anything about it other than that it's kind of crap. I know. Didn't Rolling at one point confirm it? Kind of almost as a throwaway remark, if memory serves. Good. See? I avoided the boom.
Stay alert. This ain't over.
But I do want to get to the end of Gehenna tonight, because the conclusion to this is excellent. And non-traumatizing. I know, I also don't know what that word means anymore, but it is. It shouldn't be that long, Drevels. This part of Gehenna is really fast. And even if it takes another hour, it's bloody Saturday.
Take that!
Smack.
Good job. Keep it up.
Yum. Hanging out, Boris. Because the final fight here in Gehenna is actually deeply, deeply satisfying. No, I don't want to add an on-back attack because I am only two of us. I am only two of us. Beautiful friend in me.
Goddess, my thanks to thee.
Oh! I caught up, Elia. Hop to it, then! Oh yes, these two have the best names. I give you the male beast and the female beast. No, not Biggs and Wedge. Some guitarists had a lot of fun writing this music. I honestly couldn't tell you, Beerforce.
Pitiful souls, may you rest in peace.
In fairness, Drevels, Biggs and Wedge is probably in Cassie's case a Final Fantasy VIII reference. Or alternatively, a Chrono Trigger reference. Final Fantasy VI reference. Basically, they get around. A Final Fantasy XII reference. And I'm pretty sure Biggs and Wedge are also in Final Fantasy X as to Stadium Guard and Luca. Yeah, obviously Final Fantasy VII, but we're avoiding the Final Fantasy VII reference because 6 through 15, right? Although in 6 they got mistranslated to Vix and Wedge. And they are indeed in 14. I don't know if they're in 15, in 13. Anyway. Please, let me eat you. I'm so hungry. A child? His name's Elmer. He was a young boy turned into a flesh-eating monster by a fanatical devil-worshipping cult. They did it all through a ritual involving fanatics. I tried everything I could to save him, every kind of thaumaturgy I could think of. But eventually, the only option was to put him out of his misery. No. I can, right? You both look so tasty. So go on. It won't hurt. You didn't deserve this, kid. But I'm not going to blame Idios either. If you want to resent someone, resent me. Right, that's the reference in 13. Thank you, Kebab Thief. So, let me put you to peace a second time. No! I don't want to die! I just don't want to be hungry anymore! Yeah, totally not incredibly messed up. Still, hunt, just no. Actually further back. That might make me miss one, but otherwise it's going to be drawn into Reese and exploding. Ow. That one might walk out of it. No, it's staying in! Nice! Actually, Calamitous Blast is going to kill it, isn't it? Oh well. I tried. You all saw me. Okay, I am going to cure all those status effects.
I'll save you.
One thing I really like, which is not too noticeable, his voice is actually in a lower register now. They actually recorded all of his craft lines twice, because he is very much in a different state of mind now.
O heavenly servants of the goddess,
Oh yeah, they were the shopkeepers in Kingdom Hearts 2, weren't they?
down and purify
In Twilight Town.
this blackened earth. Thy will shall be its light, and if thou
I've never played Final Fantasy IV the after years. It's apparently completely wank. Yeah, sprite with habit and without. Not bad. Wait, why do you have two turns? Fuck you. Yeah, I'm not letting him live.
May a thousand.
Kaboom.
Stay alert. This ain't over.
But yeah, Drevels, when you said it's going to take an hour more, I'm already halfway.
I didn't want to get out of bed for a week after that one. But times change. This is practically another day for me now.
Kevin! Why? Why have you been trying to deal with all this all on your own all this time? You could have at least talked to me.
I chose the path I walk by myself, Reese. What right do I have to drag others down with me? Especially you. Nah, that's not why I didn't talk to you about it at all, is it? I think more than anything I was afraid. I didn't want you to see me trying to hurt myself, to punish myself. I was afraid that if you did, the bond between us would be severed forever. And that thought alone was too much to bear. Yeah, I bet that was the real reason.
I was right. You're stupid. You're the stupidest person I've ever met.
Couldn't you use something a little more affectionate? I called you a dummy before, right? That one's cute. Although I guess being stupid suits me.
You dummy. You blockhead. You half-wit.
That's an impressive collection of insults you've got in stock.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin's thought process about it all isn't guided by incredibly rational logic. It's guided by absurd amounts of trauma and insane amounts of suffering. So, you know, obviously he's not going to make the path of wisdom decisions at all point. It is really grind heavy since it was originally an episodic mobile game. That explains so much. So it assumed you'd run the post-chapter dungeons multiple times for levels and loot while waiting on the next chapter. 3-Day Remake removes these dungeons. Oh dear. You okay now, Reese? I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. I'll do all I can to get it out of here. Although Square Enix seems to want to keep somewhat silent about the after years as well. They've re-released it a few times, but with the Pixel remasters they just carefully ignored its existence. So I don't want you to worry about me. I want you to rely on me. Here it comes. Okay. Right, let's regain my CP again.
Oh, pitiful souls, may you rest in peace.
Obviously the wrong way first. Oh, I remember hating these. Yeah, Art Reflect.
Sorry, but you had to die.
This is what I mean. Every one of his quotes is now slightly different. Well, Kevin needs a heal anyway. Already have that. At least I think I have it equipped. Yeah. Ah, I found the best boots in the game. Technically there are better pieces of equipment, but these are dragon boots. Ergo, I found the best boots in the game. In fairness, these are much better because of 15 speed, but you know. And these are physical reflecting mirrors. That repel also works with the death status? What do you mean below?
Oh, pitiful souls, may you rest in peace.
I am very happy for you, Kabati. Just don't fish in it. As a very vague analog, I suppose it might count, but at least, you know, it's a sensible analog.
Take that!
Sorry. Ow. Ow.
Take that!
Ow.
Oh, pitiful souls, may you rest in peace.
Now, they're actually playing the chest phrases completely seriously here because we're in a very messed up part of the story. Oh, I see. Ow.
Goddess,
Yeah,
thanks to thee.
that holds true for all reflected attacks. If it's a crit turn, you get critted in turn, and so on. Okay, I think after this particular uterus, we can we get the final boss of it, this penultimate boss of this area. Yeah.
Take that!
Kind of wanted this to be not a back attack, not a miss, but
Go!
I'll try. Ew. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not in the mood. Bye.
Sorry, but you had to die.
And back to full. Excellent. Oh, both of you. Even more excellent.
Take that!
Yeah, I can't fault you for wanting to double check. Yeah, I'm giving Kevin all the attacks because he just used an S-craft.
Stay alert. This ain't over.
God damn it. I did a Brian. Speaking of, I haven't seen him today at all. Maybe it's my little button.
Good job. Keep it up.
As ever, not criticism. Some people just have shit to do. How self-entitled would I have to be, by the way, to be offended if someone's not here for a day? Just out of curiosity. On a scale of 1 to complete arrogant trash bag.
Sorry, but you had to die.
Thank you.
Take that! Take that!
Sellout level. Oh dear.
Good job. Keep it up.
So basically, if I'm offended nobody's here, nobody's going to be angry at me begging for donations. Check. Yes, I went there. I am not sorry this time. No, don't reward me either. It was a joke. Don't you dare. Also, on a more serious topic, Kazzy, I believe this is the point where you need to drop into AFK for a short bit again. Stop it. Do not reward me for this. Oh, God, rebels.
Oh, pitiful souls, may you rest in peace.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the boss fight is right here. Yeah. Just going to wait here for a moment until Kazzy's had a chance to drop fully into lurk. Yeah, exactly, Belial. Alright, starting the scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm so sorry, Kevin. I failed as your mother. But I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Mom? Is this... At least this way. At least this way. The two of us can... Actually, let's do this order. Skipping. How did that one survive? Oh wait, Reese isn't a target at all. I think it was just out of the AoE.
May 1,000...
Shit.
Take this!
No.
Sorry, but you had to die.
The fact that his victory phrase is, "I'm sorry, but you had to die," by the way, is really messed up.
Damn, that one hurt. Kevin, you don't... This place and everything in it was seriously what I wanted for myself. I'm probably the biggest masochist who ever lived, don't you think? You don't need to force yourself to talk, Kevin! Sorry. I suppose this moment had to come sooner or later. I've been running away from Mom's death ever since the day I lost her. Always so desperate to look away from it all. But now I feel like I can finally accept what happened. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Let's get going, Reese. There'll be plenty of time to be sad after we get out of this place. Right now, we need to concentrate on living long enough to do that. Okay.
Okay, Cassie can now safely return. Also, let me turn on screen cap, because apparently Ray wanted me to show something on stream. Can someone call Cassie back, please? Thank you. Ah, welcome back. Ray did a thing. I'm not quite sure what the thing is, but apparently it was a oh, I see now. Never mind. Let me see if I can get a slightly bigger version. Yeah. I sort of approve here, by the way, Ray. Good name choice. It shouldn't be. I'm still in... No, I'm still in streamer mode. Oh, I think it was a Windows warning because I alt-tabbed out of a full-screen program. That's a lot. Doing it on purpose, because the explosion might hurt a bit, but it'll also recover some of Reese's CP. Also, that spell looks awesome. Oh, it pushed it out of range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sorry.
I can count! I'm smart, mate. Actually, I just realized Revels is right about how long it'll take, because there's a lot of talking after the upcoming boss. Oh well, fuck it. I like it anyway.
Take that! Take that!
Goddess, my thanks to thee.
Exactly, Matty. I honestly don't really care at the moment. I'm having a blast. So good. Yeah, we do. Those massive chariot things were bosses earlier, yeah. Good. Have an S-craft again.
My thanks
I want to try to get to 200 each for the final boss of this area, though. Oh, right. Hi. This definitely was a boss earlier, Bennu Nucleus. How much health does it have? Should die before. Good. Also, that death animation is still spectacular.
Goddess, my thanks to thee.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be quite that long, but it is going to take quite a while.
Take that!
Yes. Ah, dodged it
Oh,
anyway.
pitiful souls, may you
Like
rest
a boss.
I will claim all the chests.
Oh yeah, I mean, some of the finales do take forever. I think Trails of Cold Steel 4 is the biggest offender there, though. That game just doesn't stop. You're thinking of Kingdom Hearts 2, Belaya.
Oh, pitiful souls.
Oh, I already have the achievement, Kebab Thief, because there is a read all chest lines achievement. Damn it.
Oh, pitiful souls.
No, I'm missing a few achievements, Kebab Thief. Let's see. This is not Trails, this is King's Bounty. I'm missing 5 achievements. 3 hidden ones, I'm not sure which they are. And 2 difficulty ones. Hard and Nightmare difficulty, I just didn't bother with it. These games are long and I just, at the time when I finished it, I didn't feel like doing a Nightmare run. I might do a Nightmare run with my fully leveled team at some point, because I now have basically ultimate equipment for everyone. Yeah, I think so too. I'm pretty sure one of them is clear the Nightmare Arena on Nightmare difficulty. Fair enough, McTribble. Enjoy your night. And as ever, cheers for being here. I hope fun was had. Here again, Bennu. Definitely want to kill these, by the way. They have a decent chance of dropping really, really good gear. Not decent chance, but they have a chance. Thankfully, the creators of the achievements weren't absolute fuck nuggets, Kebab Thief. Oh, in a moment, you're still writing it. I'm pretty sure that they were in one of the games, yes.
Sorry. But you had to.
Yeah, but that's Falcom. The localization team is responsible for some of the achievements. I'm not sure if Falcom ever created the achievements for these games. Because, while they came out on PSP, there weren't any trophy listings on PSP, were there? Were there? I'm actually not sure now. These things were definitely bosses before as well, by the by.
Got it. My thanks.
Yeah, King's Bounty the Legend is really easy to break. Fun game, though. I haven't played King's Bounty 2 yet either. I really need to get round to it because I did pay money for it, but... well, you guys know how I am. I'm a grown-up.
Got it. My thanks to thee.
I don't think it'd make a great stream game. The combat system, if it echoes that from the original King's Bounty, is basically Heroes of Might and Magic. Also, the writing is wank. I'm sorry, I like King's Bounty, but they're not that good. If you really judge it by writing, it's wank. And I suspect they had multiple translation teams, because some of the quests are perfectly adequately translated and written, and the other ones look like they were Google translated from Russian. They have their moments, but perfection is not on the list. Where are my EB charges? There you are. Let me just max out both of you. The music's on... oh, there's a restoration point here. I'm dead smart, mate.
strange power is overflowing from the orb.
Orb. But yeah, who's ready for the final boss of Gehenna? Yeah, I really should have thought about that. Also, by the way, fun little bonus graphic effect. Note how my footsteps leave a little trail of fire. Yeah, the old King's Bounty, definitely, but I'm talking about King's Bounty, the legend. But yeah, hello and welcome to the exit of Gehenna. Oh, we're at the exit. The fact that the door has veins going into the wall is a bit concerning to me, if I'm honest, by the way. The gates of Gehenna. Those gates are distorted but steadfast, serving to keep the living and the dead apart. Yeah, they've been accurately realized for sure. Too bad the testaments don't give us any clues as to how the two of us can force them open. Nor do you have any chance of doing so. Who was that? About time. Also, by the way, can I hand a small cookie to Ray? Hi! Well predicted, Ray. A pleasure to see you again, Kevin Graham. Also, this piece of music is so good. I never thought we'd have the pleasure of meeting face to face again. Certainly, excuse me, certainly not in a place bedecked with so many delightful peculiarities. Figured you might show up eventually. With this place being full of people I've killed, you rearing your ugly head was always a given. Who was he? I mean, true, Ray, but still, well predicted anyway. He's the biggest sinner the church has ever been unfortunate enough to have in their ranks. The bishop of the Congregation for the Sacraments who went on to become an Anguis in Ouroboros. George Weissman, the demon I put an end to half a year ago. That's him? Not discerning your identity was truly my most careless blunder. I never suspected that the priest before me would be the one to inherit the long vacant position of Fifth Dominion. Life does so love its surprises, doesn't it? Well, that was the point. Me being a Dominion was deliberately kept a secret so that I could serve as one of the congregation's trump cards. Of course, the truth's out in the open now, but it's a fair enough price to pay if it means you're dead. The congregation always were a cunning bunch. They created such an elaborate scheme just to take out poor little me. Was the plan conceived shortly after your stigma first manifested? No, I'm sure it was. And after that, it was merely biding your time till you could make your move. With a Dominion, the Salt Pail, and a carefully designed game plan on their sides, the odds of me escaping with my life were woefully slim indeed. Also, just as a bit of extra backstory, Weissman was a bishop in Northumbria, the country that got mostly turned into a salt desert by the Salt Pail. And then the Salt Pail was used as a weapon to kill Weissman. Which is kind of fucked up. You're right about how cunning they are. In that sense, you were probably just as right when you called me a damn dog. No, that was Campanella. Although it might have been Weissman's plan originally. Exactly, Stripes. I was fine with being that way, too. How respectable of you. I must admit, I am astounded. I'd carried out plenty of my own research on stigmas and their capabilities,
But I had no idea a genuine article was capable of quite this much. What are you talking about? I suspect that deep down you already know the answer, but it is my deepest pleasure to elaborate. The Gehenna in which we stand is a reflection of your latent desire. That you already know. But more specifically, the cause of this is your stigma. Huh? What do you mean? After the Oriole's disappearance, Phantasma was thrown into a state of great confusion. After all, Phantasma was the Oriole's subsystem. Without the Oriole to control it, it was like a ship whose captain had suddenly vanished. Lost. To calm its own confusion, Phantasma sought a new master who could take the place of the Oriole and control it. Specifically, it chose the person with the deepest trauma from among those close to the Oriole when it vanished. Who knows? The follow-up games to King's Bounty: The Legend are a bit... yeah. They have their moments, and especially King's Bounty Crossworlds is pretty good. But the one after that, Darkside and Warriors of the North, they feel more like they're cashing in on their map editor than anything else. There are some interesting ideas there, but I never got through either. King's Bounty 2 definitely still has my curiosity though, so that's my next game when I get round to another game. Yet nearby is a very important stipulation there, Beliar. Crossworld is a direct sequel. I'm not entirely sure how Warriors of the North or Darkside fit into the overarching mythos. Its decision made, it found the stigma that exists deep within you and made a copy within itself. Yeah, I also need to get around to Ring Fit. Christ, I keep... You're right. You generously gifted it me for my goddamn birthday, and it's now October. I'm sorry. Genuinely. I feel like an ingrate, but I am genuinely grateful. I have way too many games on my hand. Yeah, it's beginning to become necessary, Caravader. That stigma then manifested your latent desire, Gehenna, here in Phantasma. Ring Fit isn't a stream game, Hunt. And that is how both this and the Lord of Phantasma came into existence. Kevin. Well, I suppose that's enough exposition for now. And now that we're clear of all confusion, I have a proposition for you. One that'll allow you to resolve all of this without a single loss of life. A tantalizing prospect, no? You can do that? Really? It's quite simple. You need only to cast away your humanity. Nothing more. Your stigma rose from the ashes of immense despair and guilt. What better way to deal with this situation than to become a being that's not burdened by such worthless emotions? To become a truly self-supporting superhuman, capable of controlling every facet of themselves. You're insane. That's no way for people to live! Yet it is the goal I obsessively pursue in both life and death alike. My research into stigmas was but one part of my efforts to achieve it. My efforts with Joshua may not have borne fruit, but you are so very close to reaching it. And once you become a superhuman, you will be able to fully control your own stigma and emerge as a new Lord of Phantasma. Silence, faceless! Stop trying to deceive him with that forked tongue of yours! Please, I'm doing no such thing. I only presented a modest proposal at best. Not one word I've said is a lie, I swear it. Who could argue that I may feel resentment towards him for being instrumental in my death, but at this point that matters little to me. Everything pales, like salt pale, in significance to seeing my long-cherished ambition realized. I abandoned the Church's teachings and joined Ouroboros in pursuit of creating a superhuman, and now I finally can! You're insane. It's all right, Reese. You don't need to keep defending me. Kevin? I'm glad to see you understand me. I always knew you'd see sense in the end. It's hard to disagree with the fact that I need to be stronger than I am. It was my weakness and my cowardice that led to taking Rufina's life in my own hands. It was my weakness and my cowardice that led to rejecting Mom and allowing her to die. And now it's those same two qualities that have led to Reese and the others getting drawn into this mess to suffer. All of those things are on me. All of them. But you're absolutely right. But there's no need to despair any longer. You have it in you to overcome such weaknesses. Follow the path I've opened to you and they will be a thing of the past. A mere memory. That's one option, sure. A good one, too. But, sorry, it's not the one I'm going to be picking. Man, I'm even more of a loser than I figured. Even now, I just can't bring myself to forget the taste of the chocolate I had that day. What? When Rufina and Reese found me, I was crushed beyond measure. I thought I'd never be able to stand up against and overcome the despair I felt. That's why that bitter yet sweet taste left such a strong impression on me. It's why it gave me the strength to move forward, even knowing how many hardships awaited. Because for every hardship, there'll be just as much joy waiting for me. Kevin. So, sorry, Faceless. This thing ain't gonna work out between us. Very well. I'm not about to force you to change your mind, but I'm about to force you to change your mind. But let's see how far such pathetic sentimentality will take you when your lives are placed in mortal peril, shall we? Oh, those are big summoning circles! No! Astarte and Rostrum. We have to face both Guardians of Gehenna's Gates at once for this round, huh? You may be a Dominion, but surely even you realize you don't stand a chance of winning here. Not when you have to worry about that girl with you. Well, having any second thoughts? Don't you dare listen to him, Kevin! I'll be fine! Don't let worrying about me stop you doing what's right! Well, you're right about our chances of winning. 2 high-ranking devils and you against the 2 of us? Things aren't looking so hot. At least, that was before I knew I'm not the man I once was. What? I still feel like an idiot when doing that, but again, I need to get over my embarrassment. It's an anime-themed game, Hunt. Wow. Impossible! What is that? This is the other side of my stigma. It's light side. It's been there all along. She's never able to see it. Until now. How can this be? Seems like I owe you a word of thanks, Faceless. Turning down that deal you threw out has finally allowed me to gain a little confidence in myself. As a token of my appreciation, you can be the first one to see what it can do. As its victim. I always knew you were nothing more than a dog. Fine! Have it your way! Let's see how much of a difference a change of color really makes against such overwhelming odds. I welcome you to try! Christ, my throat is gonna hate me after this stream. I've been going all out for this. Actually, no, I am going to start with a Grail Sphere. This guy is really dangerous. And of course, it's just the 2 of us. This song is excellent, but then again, this series' music, just yes.
Okay, this is gonna hurt. Oh no, wait, it's going to strengthen it. That's also shit. I know the game specifically asked me if I want to set it, but yeah, this is more important. Ow. Ow. A bigger problem, of course, is the fact that neither of these two have an impede, I don't think. Oh wait, they do, never mind.
No way.
Oh shit. Well, let's have some goddamn berserk level fucked uppery. I think Kevin's dead. No! Wow! I can't believe he survived. Never mind. Oh! Wow! Never mind. Screw it. Going all out. She can't reach. Of course she can't reach. Why would she be able to reach? No, don't knock her further away! Cheers. What? No, no! Target Kevin! Now target Kevin! Now don't target Kevin! Okay, never mind, he's good. Yeah, this fight is hard as hell, and it really doesn't help that we're slightly separated right now. Could you stop that? I like for him to have a turn, not constantly be delayed. Ow. Ow! Stop pushing us further apart! Oh my god! Stop it! The game is being a massive grade A jerk bag right now. I have never struggled this much on this fight. Please do a lot of damage. Thank you. Okay, can I now please get closer? That's probably the best I'm gonna get, isn't it? Oh my god, I can't even reach him. Nope, I can't impede that art. Fuck. Rail sphere? Will it hit both? Oh, thank god. Thank ID, I suppose I should say, but still. Oh, now you bring us together! Screw you, Wiseman. Hellish Lance. That looked like it would have hurt. No, 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 no. Fucking cunt shit. Fuck arsehole bastard shithead. Okay, I can finally do some damage now. As can be. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I am genuinely doing way worse than I remember doing on this fight. Oh sure, just heal for 4,000, why not? Oh, you bitch! That's just... Fuck you! So much! Sorry, but my luck with this fight is absurd. I have rarely had this bad luck at this. Usually I finish this in 2 or 3 turns. Oh no, how much is my movement reduced? Oh cool! She can take 1 steps. On a bunch of enemies who have been made immune to art.
Oh, heavenly servant.
Okay, fine. Because it's you, Weissman, have a nice space attack to the face.
Oh, blue seal carved within my soul's abyss. Become a pillar of light upon this purgatory. Fly, holy spears of heaven!
Good. Okay, that makes life significantly easier. And that makes life significantly tinier. Nope.
I'll save you.
Better. Definitely better. She still doesn't have any move. S-tap, please.
Hey!
Take this!
Could you stop getting all the heal turns? That'd be nice. Okay. And because this is Kevin's fight,
Blue seal carved within my soul's abyss. Become a pillar of light upon this purgatory.
I ran out of tea.
Fly, holy spears of heaven!
I mean, you can't deny that it doesn't look impressive. That it looks impressive. I'm good at it.
Stay alert. This ain't over.
But it is, Kevin. Okay, I think Kevin is going to be a few experience points short of a level up. No! He was 15 points over! Good. Nice, nice, nice. Well done. But as long as Phantasma exists, I will never die. I'll always be watching you from here, Kevin Graham. Watching to see just how long you can continue to desperately play tough before accepting the reality around you. Okay, seriously, I have very much overtaxed my throat. Stop doing evil laugh, please, Lash.
Desperately play tough, huh? I wish I could disagree.
What do you mean? Kevin! How are you? Are you alright?
I'm fine. I think I just overdid it some. Again. I'll be okay, though. I won't flop over like I did last time I pulled this. Not after I made my mind up to finally face Rafina head on. Good.
Also, Dreville said how to ruin a good moment earlier, but give it a few moments.
Still, we might have beaten them, but we're not really in the best situation here, are we? How are we even supposed to get that door open? I don't think we're enough to get it to budge.
Yeah, but we've come this far. We can't just give up. I think we're going to have to destroy it.
As usual, you mind if we at least try something else before resorting to rampant destruction? Besides, I think this gate's the most important defining structure down here. What makes this a replica of Gehenna more than anything? Can't see it being very easy to destroy.
Hey!
That sounds like... Is this a joke?
Now the good moment's been ruined.
I've never been so happy to see someone in my life! And once again, you go out of your way to defy logic. We found you in some weird-ass places, but this has got to be the weirdest of them all. How did you get down here?
His presence is more than a little suspicious. You're not working with the Lord of Phantasma, are you?
The Lord of what's it? No, forget it. We don't have time to chit-chat. We need to run now, or we're done for. Huh? Was that roaring and the sound of flapping wings? A lot of them.
I also really like Gilbert, but still.
Are those devils? They're not as high-ranking as the two we just beat, but they're no slouches either. How am I supposed to take this many on at once? Do something! This is your responsibility!
Technically accurate.
I don't want to die! Not here! And you think we do? I sure don't. Damn it, I used too much of my stigma's power. I'll at least try and give those two an opening to get away, but how? Stay back! Stay back! Kevin, I don't think we've got much of a choice here.
Given that Kevin calls this place a hellhole, I think what the hell is also applicable.
Kevin, Reese, are you okay? Thank goodness we made it. What is this place?
Hell? Oh my, this looks like a one-on-one replica of Gehenna. My compliments to the designer. Ren, does anything faze you?
Nice to see you two are hanging in there.
I can see we're in for a fun time. Why the heck is Gilbert with you? Annalise asking the real questions here. Especially with that face. It's just such a fitting way of going, why is he here?
You guys?
Why? After you fell down here, Celeste was gracious enough to search for your location. And thanks to you having the cube with you, we were able to find it. She finished connecting a path here only moments ago. This door will take you back to the garden.
Really?
We appreciate it. I can't believe my luck.
Anyway, the talking can wait until later. We'll charge in and try and force an opening in their ranks. You take that chance to break through and get through the gate. Hurry!
Thanks. Truly, thank you. Then, shall we begin? The most thrilling dance with devils awaits.
Righteousness shall be victorious. Fall before the blade of Evander!
Your bank card is worth your brother? That's, with your... Okay, yeah, fair enough. And I just appreciate you being here, Prep. It's not based on you giving me gifts. I just appreciate that you're here. Also, get you some rest soon. But it is good to see you. Let's do this! Right! I'm still surprised that in this scene, by the way, Olivier's the one not casting but using his gun. It's almost like Brian's controlling him. Okay, now I'm done taking the piss. Although Drevels will get a giggle out of that. And that's why Chapter 7 was on the card for today. It's a very short one. I don't need rest. I had beer. Fair enough. Wait, free beer at work? I'd say I want your job, but, well, I don't drink.
That's about the long and short of it.
Yeah, I know, Drevels. I know.
In other words, all of this, everything that's happened, is my fault. All of you are victims who had the misfortune of knowing me and getting dragged into this. No apology is sincere enough, but I'm so sorry for what you've been put through.
I'm not following. Why? I heard all you said, but I don't think you've got any reason to be that sorry. Come again, Estelle?
Based on what we've learned, Phantasma choosing a new master was an inevitability, and something it would have done whether you were there or not.
One moment.
I may have overdone it today.
As such, after it lost the Orioles, something like this would have happened no matter the circumstances.
I agree. Phantasma would simply have chosen someone else and created a different world as a result of the trauma that lay within.
The thought that you might have been chosen is nothing short of terrifying, too. Everything that's happened to us in here so far is nothing compared to what we would have endured if that had come to pass.
Oh, Mueller, your words are like the sweetest kiss turned frozen upon parting. Do you have that little faith in me, your one and only? Perhaps everyone here would have been drawn into the most ravenous feast the world has ever seen, but nothing more than that.
Poor Mueller.
Yeah, but I got back and went live about 5 or 10 minutes later that. I'm scared.
I'm just disgusted.
You're a special degree of creep, you know that? I want no part of any feast that comes from out of your brain. Count me out of this one. I can't help but feel that you guys are kind of missing the point. Well, don't take this as me trying to defend you or anything, but in a sense it might have been a good thing you were chosen over anyone else.
How do you figure?
I'm lost as well. Your stigma is obviously very powerful, and it's capable of exerting a lot of control over things. Enough so that Phantasma as it is now exists in a state of order. But what if it had chosen someone else? Would the world have been able to maintain order then?
It's possible that Phantasma would have been unable to contain the chaos that ensued, and gone out of control under someone else. Is that what you're essentially getting at, right?
I knew you'd understand, Joshua. If that had happened, a whole lot more people might have been caught up in this. Not that I've got a problem with lots of guests at a tea party. The more the merrier. Perfectly fair, Prep. Get you some rest. And seriously, just thanks for dropping in. And thank your brother for being sensible and taking your bank card away from you. Again, I'm just happy you're here. You don't need to shower me in money. It's appreciated, but never necessary. Come on, Ren. I think you're the only one who'd be having fun.
She's right. I don't think you've got any reason to beat yourself up over this.
We're all very different people from different walks of life, but right now we're all here sharing a common destiny.
Yeah, in times like these, we've got to help each other out, right? Besides, this place relates to the Oriole, which is Liberal's problem. From my perspective, you're a victim. I couldn't agree more. As such, Kevin, we would appreciate you continuing to lead us as you've done so far. It's time to truly bring an end to what was started half a year ago. What can I even say?
First I'm stupid, then Reese pulls off the dumbest thing I've ever seen, and now you guys.
This must be the biggest group of idiots in all of Zemuria. I swear you wouldn't find a more gullible, naive bunch of anywhere on the continent. I was happy to use each and every one of you for my own devices right to the very end. So you be so... It's alright, Kevin. Kevin. Sometimes you just have to know when to give in. And you're at that point right now. Your luck ran out the second you got stuck with us. Got stuck with you, you mean? Spending too much time with pushy, meddling do-gooders who don't know when to quit like you is bad for anyone. You want to say that again? Well, all of those things do describe you to a T, that much is true. I certainly do. I think they're good points, though. Yeah, so do I. I think Estelle's rubbed off on all of us at this point, and that's not a bad thing. Thanks, guys? Group of idiots is right. We're smack dab in the middle of a shitty situation here, but you wouldn't know it by looking at us. With a team this spectacular, what do we have to fear? There's a chance we could even overthrow the Erebonian government if we put our minds to it. Olivier, you're the Prince of Erebonia. Stop that. Need I remind you that's not something an Erebonian prince should be saying out loud? Alright. I know when I'm beat. We're in this. Together. And this time I actually mean that. Got it. We're happy to have you with us. Anyway, at least now we know exactly what we need to do here. We need to defeat Rufina, the Lord of Phantasma. There's no getting around that. Unfortunately not. Then enjoy the cheese. Indeed. With that said, just where is she? You didn't encounter her in Gehenna, did you? She disappeared right after the two of you fell down there. That's a good question. I think it's safe to say she wasn't down in Gehenna with us. If she had been, she would have shown herself at some point. Yeah, but then where is she? I believe I can answer that. Oh yeah, you can't not bring Reese for this chapter. Celeste? Didn't realize you were here. Can't thank you enough for saving our hides earlier. Truly, I doubt we would have been able to get out unharmed if not for your assistance. We're both grateful beyond words. I was more than happy to help. All of us here are in the same predicament, myself included. You can even think of me as another one of your companions if you'd like. Naturally. What kind of answer are you thinking you can give? Ah, yes. It took some time, but I was able to ascertain her current location. What? Really? Is that what you've been working on all this time? Yes, it is. During my investigation of the Seventh Plane, I was able to gain an understanding of the layout and contents of Phantasma as a whole. I also discovered that the Lord of Phantasma isn't in any of the planes. Rather, she is outside of them. Phantasma consists of more than just the planes? What's it like outside of them? Think of the planes you've been exploring like a giant, multi-layered structure in the center of Phantasma. They're all you have known up until this point, but this world consists of more than them. That said, the rest of Phantasma is just a vast, barren wasteland at this point, abandoned and devoid of life. Yes, I did. I read it correctly. Shut up. Sorry, I will never not take the piss out of typos. It's just who I am. Hard to picture without seeing it for myself. Do you know where in this big abandoned wasteland she is? Because if it's that vast, just knowing she's there probably isn't going to help much. I have a relatively good idea where in it she is, thankfully. Although that doesn't solve the core problem. I fear the word vast doesn't do the scale of the wasteland itself justice. I believe it's roughly the size of the continent where you live. Shit. It's the size of Zemuria? That is going to cause a problem. Yeah, I'm going to end after this conversation, Drevels, because, probably unsurprisingly, my throat is a little bit rough. Fair enough, Kebab Thief. You have a very good night, too. Crossing an area that massive on foot would take months, maybe even longer. Do we not have any other means of transport that we could use? I'm not sure my power would be of any use to you here. I can't place monuments too far from this garden, for one thing. Even if we did commit ourselves to trekking across the whole thing on foot, without the cube's power, we couldn't come back and resupply. Trying to take several months' worth of foods hardly seems realistic. Well, this is a tough one. I can only think of waiting for her to come to us. What's up with you, short stuff? Got something on your mind?
Well, I was just thinking, why not use the Arsail?
What?
The replica we encountered on the first plane? Yeah, this world is supposed to react to the desires of people in it, right? So while that Arsail might not be the real one, it looks just like it. Everyone here is pretty familiar with a real thing and how it looks, so it seems like a ship we could all picture flying pretty easily. Maybe if we all wished for it to fly together, it might actually happen. Sorry. I'm being silly, aren't I? I don't know what's gotten into me. This isn't something an engineer should be saying. I don't think you're silly at all, Tita. In fact, I think that's a fantastic idea. You do?
It does seem like the easier something is to imagine, the easier it is to have it realized in Phantasma.
Yeah, exactly, Matty.
And both you and Julie are familiar with the exact structure of the Arsail, while most of us here have been seen and been aboard it. This might actually work. There's clearly no rule saying airships can't exist here either, given that we've already been on the Black Ark.
Well, Celeste, do you think it'd work? The Arsail was the ship you used to board the Liber Ark, I believe. Then if I were to feed the image of it flying them back into the system, I think this may actually be possible. If all of you are on board, the White Wings will take to the skies once more.
We can really make this happen!
I can't believe it. Well done, Tita. Totally, you really outdid yourself this time. Wait a second. Does this mean we might be able to make the Bobcat fly? There's a copy of that here too.
Oh, you're right.
How many of you are familiar with that? Crap, forgot about that.
I think Gisette and I are the only ones who have actually flown in it.
Sharon, Olivia and I have technically been in it, but that was just a stowaways. Yeah, that was back when we were investigating the airship hijacking.
What a fond memory that adventure made, now that I look back.
I'm not sure what the odds of success would be then. That's a rather small number of people. I think it would be wise to focus on trying to revive the Arsail first.
Hiccups.
Ah, okay. Still, this sounds like a much better plan than trying to walk there on foot. We should prepare for departure at once, then make our way to the Arsail.
Don't gotta tell me twice. We'll have a lot in store for us if we're able to make this work.
However, I should warn you all of one thing. Once you have flown the Arsail to the area where the Lord of Phantasma awaits, that'll be it. You'll be unable to return to this garden ever again. Please be mindful of that. Never? Not even once? Because we won't be able to use the cube's warp functionality anymore? Correct. Using it to warp is only possible when you're within a certain range of the garden. Go outside of that, and it's no longer possible. So before you depart, I would ask that you make absolutely sure you have everything you need and are ready for whatever you may find there. May find there. I think my brain wanted to say might. Good to know.
Wouldn't hurt to do some extra training then. I don't doubt we're all gonna have to play our part in the things to come.
Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't mind getting into exercise myself. Wouldn't want to wind up being the one to drag the group down.
Exactly, Malaya.
This will be our last opportunity to open the doors scattered throughout the plains and take anything we find, too.
It's probably best I step down as leader for the time being, then. If you're just door hunting or trying to get some extra practice in, I'd only get in the way. If anyone else wants to learn how to use the cube or fill out my notebook, I'd be happy to teach you. Just let me know. Let's just be sure that when the time comes, we leave with no regrets.
Right! Yeah, group voice is hard.
Chapter 8. The Future We Dream of.
Okay, how do I do the party lineup? Because after that I'm going to save. I suppose it depends on if I go for the optional dungeon immediately or not next time.
Together now.
Well, I need to bring the lowest levels anyway, just to get people up to spec a bit. I am going to very quickly go to that optional super dungeon. Mostly so that I can have any cutscene there unlocked, but also just so that I can do some off-cast farming there. Incidentally, I have one piece of news I think you may be interested in hearing. The area Kevin and Reese fell into is not the only part of the seventh plane that exists. I've discovered another, much more vast area there. I also have some reason to believe that it's filled to the brim with devils as well as highly dangerous. Nonetheless, I've placed a monument down there to serve as an anchor should you wish to explore. Should be able to warp there using the cube. There you go. I now have access to the abyss. Oh, wait. Paperweight! There you go, you are now a useful paperweight. Whee. Yeah, that would be neat, Beer Force. There we go. Yeah, drink some water, Prep, and then get you some sleep. Good night. This is a very bad party, by the way. Didn't know Kyrie was in it. I missed it. Sorry, Cassie, but well played. Let's see how much experience this gets.
Justice must always prevail.
Yeah, this will lead to 1 or 2 level ups. Apparently, drinking some water while drunk helps prevent hangovers the next day. Also, that. Yeah, I should be able to do a fair bit of catch-up off-cast. I just wanted to check how much experience I'd get, Carvader. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That's 2 upgraded S-craft, I'll take it. Yeah, then definitely, Prep. Drink you some water. And again, cheers for dropping in. But that was a hell of a story ride. I hope all of you enjoyed. Also, I love this background, but that aside. My throat is basically officially gone now. I may have overdone it vastly. But I really hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Not right now, Kazzy. It is 1:14. And again, I'm genuinely struggling to keep my voice sounding neutral. If I stopped struggling, it would go a bit more like, ow, this. Will do. So yeah, it's definitely time to wrap up. I am very much at the end of my throat. Let's see very quickly. You know what? We haven't raided Ronin in a while and he's live, so let's go bother Ronin. Let me type that out quickly. There we go. Guys, once again, thank you so much for being here, for indulging the fact that I wanted to do a dramatic reading of a full in-game novel and all the other madness. I just hope you all had a ton of fun, because I certainly did, and I have to admit I am very tempted to send the VOD of this stream along to the Tsuna mods for the Final Fantasy VII mod as a way of going, I'm really proud of this shit, and I would like your opinion. If that makes sense. Is that fair? Or is that pushing it a bit? Because I really, really feel like this... I don't know, I feel like I did really, really good voicing here. Especially with conversations with 16 characters and constantly swapping between them. Although I suspect that I sound a lot more similar between characters than I'd like to think, but that aside. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Let's wrap up. Have an excellent Sunday tomorrow. Prep, best of luck at work tomorrow, and I hope that you don't get a hangover. And I just want to bid you all a very good night and a very, very good Sunday. Laters.